Hello, everyone. Excuse me. Welcome to the stream. So, quick announcement to start the stream. I will be around in the middle of this week. So, there will not be a gap in streams in the middle of this week. I will be playing things. My initial plan was, if you look at my schedule in the panels below, basically it was stream FM today, tomorrow, and then Mass Effect Wednesday, Thursday, and then Dragon Age Friday, Saturday. That's probably what my plan will be, given that Dragon Age does not release until 4-ish p.m. Nearly 5. I think it's 5 p.m. because it doesn't include the fact that our clocks went back last night. So yeah, we have that going on. So it's likely that I will be streaming Dragon Age Friday and Saturday. Next week, I don't know if I will keep that schedule or if I will stream less FM and less Mass Effect. Maybe 1 day of streaming Mass Effect, 1 day of streaming FM, and 4 days of streaming Dragon Age. We'll see what the numbers look like. We'll see how I feel about the game. We'll see how things are going. But the general consensus is this Friday and Saturday I will be streaming from 12 noon GMT until essentially I want to take the rest of the time off to play Dragon Age. So, yeah, that was how everything went. Hope everyone's doing well. Okay. So today in this stream, we have to decide if we want to spend any of the transfer budget we have. We do have over 90 million, about 95 million in the transfer budget right now. We could go out and get ourselves a new right back or left back, because that is by far the weakest part of our squad. Okay, Franco Mastuano has gone to join Birmingham. So what I want to see here is, will the nation eligibility continue, and then will the club trained stop, and then be replaced with club trained at Birmingham? Because this is a lesson that I want to learn here, because I don't know if this is how this works. What I want to know is, since we are sending him to an English club on loan, will he continue being nation trained? And then, since he's on loan, will he continue being club trained or not? We'll see when he goes out at the end of this tick. Right, so he's at Birmingham now officially. He's still nation trained. So he can become nation trained in England, but he cannot become club trained at Wolves anymore. At least that's what I think anyway, looking at this here. Hang on. So I think now with Franco out on loan, he will continue his club trained, his nation trained ability, which means he will be trained at England, but he won't be trained at Wolves anymore because he's out on loan. Yeah, 359 was 340 yesterday, yeah. Hey, Red. How are you? I'm just doing, I was just doing myself some learning there about loaning players out. So, yeah, I have learned that we've just loaned out Franco Mastuano, the Argentinian youngster, to Birmingham for the rest of the season. And if I go to his information here, his eligibility, as you can see, he is nation trained in England from 15 to 21 and from 0 to 21. He has no longer got anything in his club trained spot, though. So what I wonder is when he comes back to us, will he no longer be able to be trained at all? Hey, Dan Devon. How you doing, buddy? Ebezelli has rejected the loan offer. Oh, he's damaged his neck. We sent him to a specialist. So Ebezelli, we want to get rid of. We want him out on loan. We want him out, basically. We want to get him out of here because we no longer have need of him. Birmingham the enemy? Yeah, I know. Listen, I usually wouldn't consider that, but they're also in the Premier League, I think. Yes, they're in the Premier League, so he gets to play Premier League matches. So, Ten Hag gone. That doesn't surprise me. Ten Hag should have been gone like 2 years ago. Who's the other player we're looking to sell? Lorenzo Luca is wanted by 20 clubs. Not wanted by anyone on an actual full-time move, though. You feel you should be starting more games. If I go to happiness here. Alright, is he still at squad player? Yeah. So he's only at squad player now, which means that we should be very easy to make that that play time. Atletico Madrid have made a 22.5 million offer for Lorenzo Luca. So here's a guy who wants to be loaned out. So this guy wants to go to Watford. However, we don't want to loan him out because we want him to be nation and club trained, because being homegrown is fine, but I guess we just have to let him out. We can't really, I'll put it this way, right? We can't expect every single player that we bring in to stay at the club for 3 years. Oh, that's right, the Lorenzo Luca offer. 22.5 million for Lorenzo Luca. We spent, I think, the same amount of money on him. Yeah, that would basically be we would make no profit on him. I'm going to reject it, and what we're going to do is we're going to put him out there at 42.5. See if anyone can come close to that. Now we got a match here against Aston Villa. Like, no one wants to go to Watford. It's just a place you happen to be sometimes. Alright, Red. Alright, that's fair. That's pretty funny, Red. I'm not going to lie to you. That was pretty funny. So yeah, we have Aston Villa up here now at the minute. We want to beat Aston Villa. They're 18th in the league, so we might get them relegated. It'd be nice to see them get relegated. It'd be funny because we basically, what would happen there is that we swap Aston Villa out for a different rival in Birmingham. We're favourites and I want us to play like it. So we're at the Molineux. The now 40,000 seater stadium. This is usually when your mid-season slump starts. I hope not. We've only lost two games in the Premier League all year. The hope is here we continue this winning form up, given the fact that Aston Villa are down at the bottom of the Premier League. They're 19th or 18th. Rooney just lost control of the ball there at the edge. Oh, a throw in from Van de Ven to Wirtz. Wirtz to Martin. Martin to Van de Ven. Has to go back to Martin, who goes in the middle of shot tired. Good pass. Gallagher. Wide to Johnston. Johnston pulls it in the middle to Ferguson, who's on the right position. Heads it over the crossbar. Good positioning there, just can't keep the ball down. Good positioning there, you just couldn't keep the ball down. Let me just take a sip of my water, because apparently my throat's a bit dry. There we go. Much better. Emi boots the ball up. Gallagher heads it down to Rooney, who has to go back to Martin, but there's a reset here. Nice and easy up the middle to Wirtz. Wirtz out wide to Gallagher. Gallagher attacks, shoots, goes over the crossbar. Right. Oh, throw in from Matty Cash to Tielemans to Kosa to Animoni. Has to go back to Emi. Martinez to Tielemans. Back to Emi. Boots it up. Van de Ven heads it down to Shotard. It puts it on the line to Trincao. Goes back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven goes down to Trincao. Trincao at the byline. Whips it. Back post. Milenkovic heads it away. Gallagher's there though. Gallagher attacks. Pulls it back to Johnston in the middle of Rooney. Has to go to Shotard, who gets close. Gets close with the attempt. We have not had any shots on target today, so what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. Ooh. Thought it'd be like, oh, work the ball into the box. No, we hadn't had any shots on target today. We'll play for some set pieces. Rooney and Trincao have not played well. I'm going to bring on Bianacci. Switch these two around. Martin also hasn't played well. Bring on Arthur. Bring on Bareface for Gallagher. And that'll be all the subs we make right now. Right, 73 minutes in. Let's make another few subs here. Trincao, you can come off for Szymanski. He's a very, very creative wide player, so he'll be very useful out there. bring David on for Shotard. Yeah, let's bring David on and we'll play him as a regista. Try something very different here. That's all the subs we can make. We want to try and overload their center, their midfield. Arthur goes to Verts, who finds Van de Ven out wide. Van de Ven loses the ball to Matty Cash, but they're pressing heavily. Van de Ven wins it. Martinez makes a big save on Ferguson. Can't really blame Ferguson for that one. That's just Amy Martinez. Martinez makes another big save there. Johnston. This is Mansky back to Johnston, down the line to Ferguson. Ferguson goes back to Johnston, who switches it to Van de Ven. Has to go back to Arthur. Arthur, down in the middle of the Verts, over the top to Szymanski. Fielde heads it away for Cheesy's there. Evans offside, I'm pretty sure. That's not going to count. Yeah, he's offside. He's a bit offside as well if you keep an eye on him. He's right there. Yeah, he's a mile offside. Throw in here and added time to Verts, to Van de Ven, to David, to Teddy, back to Verts, to Bianacci. Bianacci steps in and around. Santiago Bianacci has scored in the 90th minute. Very nice. Well done, lads. Good win. We deserved that win 100%. Like it wasn't even close when it comes to the stats. That gives us a 6-point gap on Man United in second. We have a game in hand. They have a game in hand on us though, and Newcastle have 2 games in hand. So if Newcastle win both their games, that puts us 3 points behind us. Any other team with 22 games played? No. Aston Villa. Excuse me. So Aston Villa also has 22 games played, meaning they are where they are. Blackburn are down the bottom of the league with only 5 points in 20 matches. So right now we have a Southampton game, a second in the Carabao Cup semi-final first leg. Southampton are in the Championship? No, they're in the Premier League. They're 10th in the Premier League. That's right, they're 10th in the Premier League. So what we're going to do here is we're going to sub out a couple players to just rotate in players for fitness. Mickey off for Ale Maturo because our good friend, excuse me, Rain is still out on international duty with Algeria until the end of the month, it looks like. Yeah, end of the month. Rooney off for Santiago. Francisco Trincao off for nobody, actually. We don't really have anyone to play in that position. That's wild. Ferguson off for Ebeneto Riley. Right, I think everyone should be ready then for the match in against Southampton. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, thank goodness for that win. That was needed. So yeah, we're 3 points ahead of Man United, who just beat Southampton. So they've just played a game, which means we'll be getting a very, very heavily rotated side probably for the Southampton. You have no potential. You're not really worth me bringing in. Right. You're going to be playing in this match, Nation, and probably in the next match too. Jean-Martin can come off for Arthur, who's won it by AC Milan. Anyone else here who we could put on the bench? Has anyone made any... Nope, okay. See if anyone's willing to come in and grab these guys on loan. Alright. If I got 42.5 million for him, I'd be pretty happy, honestly. Ooh, 34.5 million for Ebezelli would be pretty good as well. So we're going to target this at Celtic. Celtic Cowboys in the United States. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Surprised I can't find Celtic in this list. Oh, there they are. So, if you guys give me 37.5 million, I'll sell him to you instead of selling him to the Saudi team. And that's how that works. So selling Festi Ebezelli for that amount of money will triple our profit on him, like transfer wise. Suppose I could hire an intermediary to sell him. If we can't sell him before like the 22nd of January. Glasgow Celtic? Yeah, Glasgow have a Celtic team as well. They're probably in the lower tier of football though. They're probably not in the like in the Click Championship or in the Click Premier. They're probably like down in the other one. Glasgow. Apparently doesn't exist. Oh yeah, this guy who we brought in for like 2.5 million. Another guy who we kind of want to keep. Did we make a promise to you to send you out on loan? We did. That's right. Van de Ven also has a like 70 million basically release clause because he wanted to leave. So this guy, how long do I have to loan him out? Like a year? Okay. What I might end up doing is just not loaning him out. Mikitani's picked up some ankle ligament injuries. Philip Koft is off to Watford in the Championship. I think they're in the Championship. Yes, they're in the Championship. So they are playing in the Championship at least. So that means at the very least he will get himself solid playing time. He's an important player for them too, so he'll get a lot of playing time there. Wow, he played a game already and has a 7.5 rating in one game. Holy shit. And since he's going to England as well, he'll actually keep his what's it called? Oh Christ, the name. He'll keep his homegrown nation status at least. So let me just go to... You're away on international break. You're injured, so we can't play you anymore. We're going to start Joris, I guess, at defensive mid, which, you know what, it's not a bad person, not an argument really. He's a great player. We'll put Mickey Van de Ven on the bench alongside Lorenzo Luca. Yep, happy enough with that. Irish left winger. Where was he born? Let's see where this fellow was born. Born in Annadown in Ireland. And is declared for Ireland too. Very cool. Might bring him in the summer as like my last thing before I leave. What am I looking for again? Oh yes, Michael K.O.D. I think is his name. Yes. So this is who we'd look to bring in if once we sell Abazele. If we bring in Michael K.O.D., we'd also probably look at selling Yuki or maybe Alistair. Yuki's younger. So Alistair's the better defender, while Yuki's a better attacker. I think Yuki's probably the worst player. How old is Michael Coyote? He's 23. So we'd bring him in and he'd be our starting right back for the entire... Like, if we left Wolves next year because of we won everything again, we would basically leave them with one of the best right backs in the world. One of the best right backs in the world, one of the best center midfielders, and one of the best strikers in the world, and one of the best keepers in the world too. You can't forget Trubin. So yeah, that would be essentially the total of it. I think I don't necessarily think there's any other thing we can say there, right? Oh, there's also Killiskoy here who we're looking to sell, who we haven't been able to sell in this entire save, even though he's highly valued and just has not played well for us at all. So we're starting Evan Anto Riley up top. Anto isn't here, hasn't been here in a few streams, but maybe he'll see this on the YouTube VOD or some other place. But you can see Evan is up top. We're the away squad here, the first leg. We're playing a somewhat rotated squad, all in all. They got a free kick. Oh, what a nice little turn of... That's actually pretty decent from them. Colado, Shotard, big tackle, can't get it off of him. Colado, big save from Trubin. Reminder, we have 2 legs here. So, this first leg isn't the end all be all. But I would like to go into the second leg close to leading. Would be nice. Baumgartner. Trubin claims it out of the air. Very nice. Maturo out the left. Into David in the middle to Shotard. Shotard over the top to Bianchi. Bianchi hits it off the post. Trincao has it to Maturo. Colado has it and knocks it away. Goes to Collins. Three minutes of added time here. Maturo's hurt. That's not good. Hey, Ben. Show a bit of desire out there, lads. You're playing awfully. Maturo's injured. We'll put Van de Ven on. Santiago, you can come off for Rooney as well. We'll play Rooney for the rest of this half. How am I? I'm pretty okay. Thanks for asking. I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, that's all the subs we'll make at halftime. How are you? Also, I can't go making more coffee because we don't have any milk. And it makes me kind of sad. I forgot to get some yesterday while I was out. Right, we're about 70 minutes in here, so we're going to make a sub up top. We're going to move Szymanski there. Take off you for there. Nathan hasn't played well. We'll bring on Jean-Martin. I mean, to be fair, as I said earlier to Dan, who was here a little earlier, Dan Devon, I don't know if he's still in the chat, but I said he should have been fired like 2 years ago, so it's not a surprise, really. But also, to be fair to Ten Hag, it's not like he's had, you know, United have spent so much money, but they spend it all on the wrong players. Doesn't matter who they bring in, ownership's a big problem. Yeah, like they don't really have. I don't expect them to. Ooh, Ferguson with a rattler there. I don't expect them to turn it around if they bring in somebody. Like even if they brought in who's the old Tottenham manager who's at that Turkish team right now. Cracking finish. Great finish. Like, even if they brought that guy in, it's not Poch. It's not... What's his name again? Yes, that guy. the, Mourinho. That's right, Mourinho. Jose Mourinho. Even if they brought in Jose Mourinho, I don't think he would, you know, be able to turn that around. Right, so we've actually, wow. Chelsea have also drawn 3-3 against City. And that was on a... So they were up 2-0. 3-0, actually. They were up 3-0. And then City pulled it back with Coop Miners, Inacio, and Indala in the 94th minute. Wow, okay. It'd be nice to see Chelsea knock out City, because I don't really want to play City in another final, but I also don't want to play Chelsea in another final, so... Lots of finals going on there. No, but you can always look at situations like this and think, maybe not 12th, but maybe 8th. Like, I don't think there's a big difference, though, in the Premier League between 12th and 8th, you know? Because in 8th, you still don't get Europe, unless you're very lucky. And certain teams, like, win certain competitions, you know? You need to get really lucky and hope that certain other teams win a load of competitions. Oh, wow. That's a big offer for Teddy Bearface, huh? What do you think, Red? 26.5 million for Teddy Bearface? Yeah, but it's way more amusing for them to be in 12th. I mean, 12th and 8th is whatever. You know, there's usually like, what, 2 points between those positions? Maybe 3 between 12th and 8th. Like right now, 8th and 12th, there's... Well, there's a lot more in this game, to be fair. There's... Between 8th and 10th, there's 3 points. And between 10th and 12th, there's 5. You know? It's not that big of a difference, really, when it comes down to, like, point differential. I wouldn't be too surprised at that. But yeah, we're not selling Bearface. He's staying. He's staying until either I leave and I bring him with me, or something else happens, basically. It's all, yeah, like, I mean, I don't really care for Man United. They've never really been a team that I've hated, or a team that I've had any kind of, you know, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Any kind of ill content towards. I just feel like they're whatever at this point. I'm like, until you can figure out what you're doing, you know, it doesn't really matter. You don't like Big Six clubs, so anytime they fail, you're entertained. I mean, listen, anytime a club that has millions and millions and millions of, hundreds of millions of any currency in their back pocket that they can pull out at any point aren't doing as well as you would expect them to, I'm pretty happy about that. Largely because it means that a team who isn't as good can thrive. But also, you know, it's difficult to keep that kind of thing going. Festi might be going to Shalab for 35 million, which I'd be very happy with. We might need to hire an intermediary to sell Lorenzo Luca, which It's kind of depressing to say because he had a 50 million offer from Genk, but now he didn't accept that offer, so now I'm stuck with him. The neighbors' dogs are going crazy. Woof, woof, woof. Alright, they're expecting another win here. Since they're in 20th, I will put in Travers in the net. He's growing well. We're going to start Alistair. We're going to start Collins. We're going to start John Martin next to him. Mickey Van de Ven on. Conor Gallagher on. Anyone else here who I should bring on? Well, most people who are here are... I should probably... You know what? I'll put Eric Holden on the bench over Lorenzo Luca. Sounds good to me. Blackburn Rovers up next. First time Blackburn have been in the Premier League for a long time, and they're about to get kicked right back down into the Championship. Lots of offers in for Youthy McUseface, apparently. I mean, he's growing. Right, Blackburn Rovers, they're in 20th. We are expecting to win this match handedly. Mikitani's still hurt for a few more days. Moreira's still hurt for a week, give or take. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. This should be an easy match where we win every single statistic here. Brian over a dead ball. Ooh. That's another goal conceded from a set piece. Don't know if that necessarily is Travers' fault. There's Archie Brown. Good interception from Van de Ven. Larchenier saves. Oh, Van de Ven's being an absolute fucking nightmare there. Larchenier makes a big save off of the cross-box pass from Van de Ven. Another corner here. Larchenier saves it. Travers with a good clutch. Larsonier boots it up again. Van de Ven heads it down. Can't get it to anyone. What a big tackle there. Trincao has the loose ball though. Has to go out wide to Van de Ven. Van de Ven attacks. Van de Ven pulls it back to Szymanski. Tries to go into the middle, but Sami Smozik intercepts it. Bareface takes it off of him. Goes back to Martin, who goes in the middle to David, who has to go to Szymanski, to Trincao. Trincao finds Evan. He's onside. It looks like Anto has scored himself another goal. Anto back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven across to David. Good pass. Not a great pass there though to Anto, but David intercepts it again. Down the line to Bianchi. Bianchi hits it off the post and out. Van de Ven hits it down to Teddy, who can't keep it in, but Martin has it. David goes through. Sismodix there. Half time. Three of our back four have not played well. Going to leave it as is for now. We're going to go into the second half and see if we can't switch things up a little bit then. Martin over a ball. Terrible pass. Jota Silva intercepts it. But is pushed back. Has to go all the way back to Danilcic. Over to Sam Wharton. Back to Danilcic. To Lirola. To Burham. Sismodix loses it to Szymanski. Teddy. Terrible pass. Jota Silva intercepts again. Finds Lirola. To Brian. Bad tackle. Brian Ocampo has scored. I'm sorry, Teddy. That was all your fault. You're coming off. I'm sorry. You can't be in that position if you're going to make passes like that and cost us good possession. Johnston also has to come off. He hasn't played very well. Collins or Martin have not played well, so Arthur, you're coming on for Jean. That's all the changes we can make. Actually, you know what? No. Arthur, not for John. Ferguson, you're coming on for Anto. Pickering to Brian. Good job, Sugawara. That's what we needed. You can't get past the second defender, but that interception is exactly what we were looking for last possession. Pickering to Lassonniere. Boots it. Van de Ven's there to Gallagher. To Martin. Martin to Collins. Collins. Out wide to Sugawara. Sugawara to Ferguson. Ferguson's in behind. Misses. Verts to Ferguson, back post. Can't get to him. Rooney pulls it into Gallagher to Sugawara. Goes back post to Szymanski. He's not tall enough for that. But Van de Ven's there. To Verts. Verts tries to go to Rooney. Rooney makes a bad attempt there at the net and goes over it. Rooney to Martin. Ferguson picks up the rebound and buries it. Evan Ferguson has brought us back to draw. We need another goal here. Right, here's what we're going to do again. We're going to move to here. We're going to move Gallagher to there. David's going to play as a regista. Verts is going to go to attack as an advanced playmaker. Szymanski, you're going to play as a inverted winger on attack. Evan, you're going to switch to complete forward on attack. Sugawara, you're going to go to wing back on defend. Van de Ven, you're going to do the same. You guys can create the width as is, but we need to make sure that we're also defensively sound and responsible. Full time, we've managed to pull back a draw there. Embarrassed, lads. That was terrible. We should have won that match, and the fact that we didn't, it wasn't... It's not the end of the world. We're still a point ahead of United, but it would have been nice to keep an extra bit of distance there. Now we have Villarreal in the Champions League. That's terrible. See if anyone's willing to come in at 40 million for Lorenzo Luca. Ads are starting soon, guys. Just be aware. So if you are not subscribed or if you are not on Twitch Turbo, you will not be able to see my face in a moment. But no worries, I will be... Oh, we don't have any transfer budget anymore. By Mikey's face, see you after ads. Indeed. So our transfer budget's just been reduced to 650k from the 90-ish we had. Ads are starting in a minute. Okay. Okay, excuse me. Ads start in 20 minutes. 20 seconds. We're expected to win this match, basically. Also, hi Cody. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Leipzig have made another big offer for Bareface. Not going to happen. Okay, so those two can be unregistered because they're no longer going to be at the club. So I'm going to register Kanechi. I think I have everyone who I need to register registered. Oh, they're playing Mosquera. Has he grown at all? No, he has not. How much do we sell him for? 8.5 million. Pretty decent. I mean, selling him for that amount of money is actually pretty good, given he has not played well at all. Alright, minute left of ads. So let me just check and see if there's anyone here who I'd like to take off. Luca's unregistered, can't play anymore. Okay. I'm going to get into this. Let's do it. Nothing but a win. We're at home at the mall on you. Let's do this. Gallagher to Rooney. Tries to find Verts. He gets the ball taken away from him, but Rooney has it still. Awful attempt there from Rooney. Maturo to Gallagher. Wide to Trincao, goes back to Maturo to Shotard. Shotard has to go into the middle to Arthur. Arthur goes over to Collins. Collins to Gallagher to Ferguson to Rooney out wide. Good movement. Rooney has to go back to Collins. To Rooney. To Shotard. Back to Rooney in the middle of Wirtz. Wirtz finds a good pass to Ferguson, who buries it. Is he onside? He might very well be. Yes, it is. It counts. Very nice. That puts us up on the third in the group. Goes up to Ferguson. Can't find it. Not in the group, sorry. In the league stage. Pedraza attacks down the line. Rooney takes it off of him. Pedraza picks it up again, but I think Ikamovic is offside. Is he? No, he's not. I think Rooney has kept everyone on side there, unfortunately. That's a bit disappointing. Halftime 1-1. Mascara would never play like that for me. That's all I'm going to say on that one. "65 minutes in here. Let's take off a few players. Trincao, you can come off for Bianacci. Arthur, you come off for Jean-Martin. Van de Ven on for Merturo. Bareface on for Gallagher. Yeah. And Joris off for David, who we're going to switch to a Regista. Actually, let me do this. There we go. Anytime he's in there, he plays that as that position, basically. Wirtz is an advanced playmaker. Ferguson, you can stay as your advanced playmaker with things as they are. That's all 5 subs made. We are 85 minutes in here. Wirtz. Ooh, Jorgensen makes a save. Rooney. Back post. Can't get to anyone. Collins to Van de Ven. Van de Ven picks up the loose ball. Ooh, big tackle there. Full-time 1-1. Not really what we were hoping for. We've yet to win a good match yet, unfortunately. But that does basically solidify us in 6th, I'm pretty sure. We have a chance, essentially, of... Ebazeli's gone to Shalab Al-Hali. That's an extra 33 million. I don't think we'll be able to bring in... I don't think we'll be able to bring anyone in, though, because we had all of our money basically taken away from us by the board. We're 81 million still in the hole at this point. That's onside. It was an incredible pass. That's just what That's just what Verts does. Florian just makes passes like that. It makes you go, there's no way that was onside, and then it is, as it turns out. So we have West Brom next. There we go. Given the current state of our wingers, I think bringing in that is not a bad idea. Kenichi might be back for this next match too, maybe. We'll see. But we will put Eric Holden on the bench over Trincao. In this position, Ferguson, I want you to be playing as a complete forward, so that way they're offset slightly. They're not attacking in the same way. What was that guy's name? Hey, QG. How you doing, buddy? Hope your work meeting wasn't too stressful earlier today. Hey, Owen. Welcome. Don't see you around here very often. How you doing, buddy? Just a stand-up and a catch-up about a ticket. Nothing horrid. Good. Good. Usually when you tell me there's a meeting in the middle of the day, it's because something has blown up and you want to die. How are you doing, Owen? Good to see you, buddy. How are things? Not been streaming or watching much lately. Yeah. No worries. Need to get back to it. A lot of the reason why I'm able to do it is because I'm unemployed. So, not having to worry about trying to squeeze it in when I've also got an 8-hour workday. A lot easier, you know what I mean? How goes the save? Last year, we won the Premier League. I'll show you now. My club info competitions. We won the Premier League in 2027. We won the Europa League. We won the Super Cup. We won the FA Cup. We won the Carabao Cup. We won the Community Shield. We won the European South American Club Challenge. We've won... What else was it? That's it, I think, so far. Won a lot of things. We are affiliated with Kashima Antlers, who are in J2. Holy shit. Surprised they got kicked down to J2 of all places. So 7 out of 10. I mean, it could be worse. We for sure have had worse appearances. Trubin's playing really well for us. Evans got 33 goals for us this year. Total. 34 goals, sorry. He's got 6 in... He's got 6 in the Champions League in 7 games. He's got 11 in the Premier League in 17 games. He's got 7 in the Caribou Cup in 3 games. I mean, he's had a glow up this year. He's done really well for us. He's performed exceptionally. He had a terrible year last year with all of his injuries and a few other things that came up, as you can see. But all in all, done exceptionally for us. Where is he? Nathan Collins has played pretty okay for us. He's on a bit of a bad stretch of form right now, but he's been very good for us for the 140 appearances he's had. He's our captain. Who else? Florian Wirtz has been here for 2 years now. We spent 130 million on him total. Had 8 goals and 8 assists last year. Has 4 goals and 3 assists already this year in 17 appearances in the Premier League. Has 6 assists and 7 goals total. Who else? That's basically it right now. Yeah, we've had a pretty decent few years here at Wolves. So my plan is, now that I've kind of... Man, what I wouldn't do if I had Evan Ferguson's salary. Evan is making 200 and some odd thousand, I think. I think it's closer to 3. Is it? Yeah, he's making 200,000 a week, so he's making 600k a month. Well, actually, no, he's not. It'll tell you in the salary how much he's losing to. He's making 105k per week after taxes, so he's actually making. He's still making 425 grand a month, basically. He's also got some pretty big bonuses in his salary, and an appearance fee of 45k, a goal bonus of 34k, and a top goal scorer bonus if he scores the most in the division. But he hasn't gotten close so far in his time here with us. He is behind Haaland, Tony, and Gyökeres. I think he's also behind Ansu Fati, who has 12. So he's 5th in goals scored in the Premier League with 11. Erling is 27 though. Tony's 31, and Gyökeres is 29. So it's likely we'll have the top goal scorer in the league pretty soon. Bonuses and fees aside, after tax, he's on £5.4 million a year. Yeah, I know. He's also scored like 40 some odd goals in 45 appearances for Ireland, I think. He scored 41 goals in 43 appearances for Ireland as well. So he's just been doing exceptionally well in this save for everyone, basically. Right, we got a West Brom match right now. I wonder if Dan D-Boy is around. He's a big West Brom fan, so I'll have to share with him if we win this match or not. So yeah, we've done pretty well. We've done pretty well so far in the save. So the idea is, in the future, say if we don't win everything, if we win everything again this year, I'll turn this into a Race to Glory journeyman kind of style thing, where I'm going to go from like league to league, trying to take a club that's not like in the top of the league, not like a top of the league club, and have them win big things. Would take you roughly 125 years at my salary to match 1 year of his. Yeah, I know. What am I making in this save, actually? Because I have a salary too. My manager has a salary as well. It's nowhere near as high as the players, but it's still pretty decent. I'm making 35.5k per week. Which, that's a little bit less than what I used to make per year. But, it's still what I make in a week. More than you make in a year? Yeah, it's less than I used to make in a year, but not anymore. I have a domestic player bias of 1%. That's funny. Still almost 2 mil a year. Yeah. If I was making 2 mil a year, I'd be a very happy man. I mean, the second you start looking at the amount of money footballers make in real life, you realize that, like, life is not fair very quickly. Now, obviously, a lot of those guys worked hard for it, but it still isn't fair that they make, 5 million in a year. This is the first FM when you've had any player loyalty on that bar. Interesting. I've often had player loyalty. Domestic player bias though, it's almost is almost always my lowest thing, because I just don't. It's so hard to like buy in players from England because they're so expensive. In my starting lineup, I think today against this squad, the only player who is like homegrown. Sorry, there's two players who are homegrown in England, Ferguson and Gallagher. That's it. Domestic is English only, yeah. Wow. What an awful bit of goalkeeping there from Trubin. Penalty. Is that Alex Moat? I remember him being a pretty big wonder kid a long time ago now. Holy shit, he's 32. Yeah, he started at Leeds, yeah, that's right. Went to Barnsley. Went to West Brom. It's been at West Brom now for a long time. What does my Champions League group look like? It's not a group anymore, it's a league stage. But it's actually pretty okay. We've already played 7 of our 8 matches. Let me just make sure that I think it should be Ferguson taking this penalty. Yes. I'm fine with that. But we are currently like 5th, I think, in the league. In the Champions League stage. Too many league stages. So we are likely to go through to the next round, to the round of 16. Evan with his 35th goal of the season. So hang on, I'll tell you what my group stages look like. Here we go. Competitions. So we had played Villarreal. Actually, no, it'd be easier just to do this. Hang on. We were playing AS Monaco after this West Brom match. We've already played Villarreal. We've played Inter Milan, who we beat. Nice, who we beat heavily. Malmo, who we drew, which was the biggest letdown of this group so far. Dunstrada, who we hammered. Leipzig, who we beat barely. Bayern, who we drew against. So, not bad, all in all. This Monaco match is basically the last thing we have to deal with before we go on to the next round. And personally, I think we shouldn't need to worry about it. We should be able to go through on as a top 8 team pretty easily. But it's alright. We won the Europa League last year, though, so pretty happy with that. Ooh, what a shot from David. He's onside too. Wow, well done. Ooh, Evan puts in a brace there. Is it offside? What? Why is Shotard being considered offside in this? I have questions on that one. That one's an awful call. So yeah, we drew pretty okay league stage match fixtures. Almost a hat-trick there from Evan Ferguson. Yeah, because didn't... I'm trying to remember. Owen, didn't you do like a beta save? But then you went to the Scholars and you haven't done any other saves other than the Scholars and you're still in the Vanarama National North, right? Shuttard to Johnston. Johnston to Shuttard. Bowler intercepts Moat. Goes back to Barkas. Shuttard heads it down to Szymanski to Arthur. Out wide to Johnston. Tries to go past Moat but can't. Bad pass there for Moat. Arthur has it. To Szymanski to Gallagher. Gallagher, good pass. Intercepted by Mueller. Maturo out wide on the rebound. Wallet to Gallagher to Shuttard. Jeffries takes it away. Tries to go to Scarlett. Big headed down there from Martin. Over the top to David. To Ferguson. Ferguson smashes it in off the ground. Does that count? Disallowed. Referee has his match up there. David's offside. Maturo to Ferguson. To Martin, to Shuttard, to David, to Johnston. Johnston, good pass to Bianacci, who saves. Ooh. Tight on that one. Szymanski, back post. You probably did play it with Brighton in the beta. I don't remember if you did, because it's been that long since I watched you play the FM24 beta. You know, it's over a year, right? Or about a year from now, more or less. Ferguson with the good low hard pass. But it's passed to Alistair from Bianacci, who scores. Gallagher, back post. Ferguson's there, can't get to it. Big crowd. Shuttard heads it into Ferguson. Tips it over the crossbar. Yeah, pretty much. You know, you finished second before, but you think that was the last season before the Scholars. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Actually, here's a player who you would have been interested in your Scholars save. This is a youth player who came through my system in the first year, who is Irish English, born in Wolverhampton, and is not declared for England yet because he's only done youth caps. But this would be a guy who you'd probably be very, very interested in having at your save. He might be someone who could possibly help the Scholars get up from the Vanarama National. I think he's a decent championship player right now. So, came through my youth system in the first season. %, yeah. I was very, very lucky to get him in the first season because we haven't really had any very good youth players come in since. We've had like one or two players who are good but not great. For example, Teddy Bareface came in through our second intake? No, our first intake, that's right. He and Evan Anto came from the first intake. But yeah, we've had a couple of players come through who are English Irish, and they were definitely good enough in the first year to help the Scholars get out of the Vanarama National. I suppose the biggest problem with you is that you have a semi-professional squad. Alright, that's the West Brom Black County Derby done. We have beaten West Brom 3-1. Well done, lads. Good win. Good win. Solid. We receive 130k for that. Very nice. Here's a guy who we got for free, by the way. We signed this guy from Sassuolo for free. And in the first year he came in, helped us win the Premier League and also won the Europa League. Has had 41 goals in his career with 17 assists, which is wild to think as a midfielder. So yeah, we've had a few players come in who I'm like, oh, I know I know poor Owen would love to have this guy at the Scholars. They'd help him immediately, basically. Also, the reason his name is Evan Anto is because he is. I have a claim thing down in my channel, in my thing where you can name a youth player or name a what's it called? Name a youth player or name a staff member. And Anto, one of the guy who's donated the gifted some subs in the chat and all that, had basically claimed this guy. As you can see, he's played 9 games in the Premier League, has 2 goals and an assist. Has actually not played terribly. He's also our youngest ever goal scorer, I think, at the club too. So he has that going for him as well. He and Teddy Bearface have done really well together. Aha! I have returned. Welcome back, Red. You probably missed it, but good old Teddy Bearface here had a couple offers from RB Leipzig. Like 30 some odd million to go to them, and I rejected them because I don't think you wanted me to sell him to Leipzig. Here's a guy who you might find fun, Owen. Japanese center midfielder wonder kid who we brought in from Kobe. Has grown a lot since he came here and has wonder kid potential. Streaming regularly now during the week, yes. So I stream 5 days during the week. I stream Monday to Friday usually, but I'm going to be starting to stream 6 days per week. Please don't sound to Leipzig. Fair. So yeah, I'm going to be streaming 6 days a week starting this week. I'm streaming FM Monday, Tuesday, and then a Mass Effect playthrough Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday I'll be streaming the new Dragon Age game, the Veilguard. And then I'll basically keep that routine going. I might end up cutting it back to 1 stream of FM and 1 stream of Mass Effect a week if the Veilguard numbers are really, really good and I enjoy the game. So that's how it is. Waiting for 250 channel points and he'll become the beef. So hang on. If I go to my development center here, my U18s. Oh, that's right. In my youth candidates, I actually have a goalkeeper coming in who looks like he might be okay. Same with a striker. But we've not had very, very good youth intakes since year 1. There are a couple guys here who've come in through our youth intake. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you this guy as well. This guy is a natural libero. This Philip Koft guy we brought in as a natural libero from Salzburg in Austria. We have a couple players here who are from our youth team, who are good enough to play for us. There's a few guys here who we brought in from our own teams and stuff like that. You might know Dan. You know Dan, right? Dan D-Boy? D-Boy plays. He has a player here. Yeah, Dan D-Boy. This Maltese youngster which is really funny given given his on the med game he's doing right now. Sounds fun. Yeah, I'm trying to do something to keep me, you know, in a semi-regular routine. And streaming every day keeps me in a routine, which means that you know, I woke up today, I did a few bits around the house, I was in the gym, you know, I did a few other things as well. So, you know, I have a general decent routine going that lets me keep happy. Natural Libero and Enganche's Chef's Kiss. I'm less excited about Natural Enganches. Natural Enganches make me nervous because not having physicals is like arguably the worst thing in the game. But having a natural libero is really interesting because a lot of the time it means they have good ball handling skills as a centre back. Oh yeah, that's right. I also got Pep Guardiola fired in this save. He's no longer at City. Lorenzo, will you just go already? You want to buy 24 clubs and none of them are willing to put in an offer for Lorenzo Luca? Good lord. He hasn't had any goals in his appearances in the Premier League yet this year. Hire an intermediary. Yes. Confirm. We want to get him out of here because honestly, he's just not needed anymore. We have players who are younger than him, who are better than him, and I'm not too worried about that sort of thing anymore. He was a very, very good backup in the first 2 years of this save. Well, in the first 2 years, in the second and third year, but I don't necessarily think we need him anymore. Ooh, my dog is dreaming. So we have a match against Monaco, then we have the second leg. We have Norwich, and then we have the second leg against Southampton. Also, some of you definitely weren't here. We had a transfer budget of close to 90. We had 90 some odd million, 95, 98 million in the transfer budget, but the board took it all away. So we probably should have just signed Michael Coyote, but now we can't sign him until the summer probably. We got a 5th round draw today. Let's take a look at it. Who can we draw? We want Bristol Rovers, QPR, Barnsley, Forest, Millwall, Swansea, or Stoke. I think that's basically it. Of course, I didn't know that would happen. Yep, it did happen in the end, unfortunately. We don't want Arsenal. Give them anyone else. Give them Tottenham. It'd be funny. They gave them Bristol Rovers. Not as funny. Don't give us Liverpool. Please and thank you. Give them Tottenham. Or Chelsea. Oh yeah, give them Tottenham. Very nice. Barnsley. We'll take Barnsley, thank you. That'd be nice. Nice easy draw for us. They got Man United. Of course they did. We want Millwall, Nottingham Forest, QPR, Sunderland, Newcastle. Well, I don't really want that, to be honest. Newcastle will probably win that. Millwall. Okay, there goes another easier match. Southampton. Don't want to play them again. We're currently playing them in the Carabao Cup semis. They got Cardiff. Okay. Reckon you'll get Chelsea? I mean, we probably will be playing Chelsea in the... It's Chelsea or Man United in the... Sorry, or Man City in the Carabao Cup final already, so I'd rather not play them again. Leeds, maybe? Leeds got Chelsea. Okay. That means we're not getting Chelsea, but it does mean we're stuck with... Well, actually, the matches left aren't that bad. I'll take Nottingham Forest, Swansea, or QPR. We got Nottingham Forest away. And QPR got Swansea or Stoke at home. That's not terrible. We've beaten Nottingham Forest multiple times before. Not too worried about that. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. We got to register for the Europa Champions League here. Chelsea are always in the final code. I mean, I'd hope not, for once. Oops, sorry, I just closed my Spotify. Apologies, it's all silent here all of a sudden. There we go. You know, but if you say it, they'll say, oh, the universe will make it not happen just to spite you. That's fair. So what I think will happen here, right? Let's put it this way. Let me project into the future a little bit here while we're waiting for this Monaco game. What I think is going to happen is we will win a couple games here and there. We'll probably we might finish second in the Prem. We might win the Champions League. Do I want to loan this guy? See, here's the thing, right? This is a keeper, and keepers are notoriously difficult to get, who are homegrown, who are willing to take lower playing time for now. So I think I'm going to keep him around. He's also a what's it called? He's also a model citizen. So I think keeping him around is fine. We can let Mark Travers go in the summer. I think will probably be the best way to look at it. Lurk. No worries. No worries. Enjoy your lurk. I'll see you in a little bit, buddy. Right, we should probably play a pretty decent team here against Monaco. So I'm going to start Sugawara. I'm going to start out Nawari. I'm going to put Mikitani on the bench because he is fit enough to play for a little bit. So if we need a substitute defensive midfielder, it doesn't need to be Shotard. Eric Holden can go on the bench as well as a striker option. Vandermin can go on the bench as well. There we go. That's all of our subs bench sorted. Trubin, I'm going to warn you about your recent form because it's been shit. Oh, there's no lurk command. I need to set up one, but no worries. Playing a 4-1-3-2 narrow. They're playing a 4-2-3-1. We have Mudryk out left. Salisu, I recognize. There's Teddy Bearface with his big afro. So, hang on. I'm going to switch this for... No, I can't. Sugawara to Rooney. Rooney to Sugawara. To David. To Arthur. Across to Nuori. Good first touch. To Ferguson in the middle. Intercepted. Martin puts it right down to David, who attacks out wide to Nuori. Steps inside. Good pass to Rooney. I think he's offside though. Ooh. Yeah, offside. That sucks. Ooh, close. Close on that offside call. Golovin to Fofana. Golovin, back post. Trubin comes out and claims it out of the air. Very confident there from Trubin. That's what we like to see. Trubin out to Arthur. Arthur to Sugawara. Sugawara to Arthur. To David. To Wirtz. To Gallagher. Back to Martin. To Aitnawari. Out wide. To Martin. To Aitnawari. To Teddy Bearface in the middle. Good pass to Rooney. Big save by Tenas. Wirtz over it. Back post. Dassey heads it away. I want to put up the league table. There it is. So we're currently sitting in 9th with a draw here, so we need to win to go above Barcelona, Dortmund, and Napoli. Needs to draw against Tottenham. Halftime. Anyone who we can sub out here, I'm thinking Wirtz has not played well, but he needs to stay on. He's our best midfielder. We'll switch him to an attacking option, so we'll get up more into this position. We have enough cover with our three other midfielders to not worry about that too much. I am going to bring on Nathan. And that will be all we do. Largely because I don't want Jean Martin getting sent off with a card. That would be an excellent way to make this an absolute nightmare of a match. Teddy to David. David attacks out wide. Goes back to Sugawara. Puts it in the middle of Rooney, who flicks it on. Oh, that's a foul. Penalty called. Ferguson will be taking this if it is called. And it is. Ferguson steps up with another penalty. Ferguson can't get it past the keeper. Rooney whips it. Arnu claims it out the air. Aitnawari with a throw in to Collins. Turns to Wirtz. Takes on every defender. Goes to Evan. Out wide to Sugawara. Back to Anto. Anto out wide to Sugawara. To Collins. Sugawara in the middle of Teddy. Teddy with a good first touch pass. Gets it to Anto, who has put it in, but it's not like it looks like it won't count. A disallowed goal again, it looks like. Another disallowed goal. We should be up 3-1 in this match, basically. We should be up 3-0 in this match already. And the fact that we're not winning is kind of disappointing. Arnu Tenez boots it up. Sugawara picks up the loose ball to Arthur. Arthur attacks to Szymanski. Szymanski looks for his options. Attacks down the line to Evan. Anto pulls it into Ferguson. Blocked by Davidson Sanchez. Verts over it. Looking for a head here. Mudryk heads it away. Anto's there. Anto tries to go in the middle. No one's there. Cucho. To Madukele. Nouri with a big tackle. 11 shots on targets and 0 goals. We have 2.35 XG. They have no shots on target. They have literally done nothing this entire match, and we're about to lose. Evan unfortunately had a penalty saved, which the unfortunate thing is sometimes you are just going to have a penalty be saved against you. You can't do much about it. But we can, however, throw ourselves forward here. This is the kind of game that gets the manager super salty. Listen, I would prefer we at least get a point out of it, but I want to see us win because it means that we don't need to play an extra match in the Champions League and potentially get knocked out early. Oh, there it is. That's a goal. Is it going to count, though? Is it another offside goal? Is it a 4th offside goal? Is it? Or is it a goal for Florian Wirtz? It's a goal for Florian Wirtz. Fucking finally. Indeed. Indeed. I want to point out that Tenas has an 8.3 rating. This guy made 12 saves and a penalty save this game. Like, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Important to remain focused, guys. Probably deserves man of the match. Listen, if there's a moment where you can full on say that the opposition deserved a win more than the opposition's player deserved man of the match more than you did, it's that match. In that match, I think he deserved that. Monaco were in the playoffs. We are in 4th in the group stage. On goal difference, with 11 goal difference, compared to Man City's 8th and Milan's 6th. PSG are through, as are Napoli on goal difference over Borussia Dortmund. And then Barcelona, Inter, Tottenham, Valencia, Galatasaray, Arsenal, Celtic, Olympique Marseille, Nice, Real Besiktas, Leipzig, Genk, Monaco, Villarreal, Stuttgart. Those who did not make it through: Malmo on goal difference, same with Salzburg on goal difference, and Anderlecht on goal difference. Roma didn't make it through, Porto didn't make it through, Copenhagen, Ajax, Red Star, Sparta Prague, AZ Alkmaar, Dinamo, and Dunstreda. Alkmaar, Dynamo, and Dunstreda, none of them had any points at all. Kind of disappointing for Malmo, though. Malmo actually did pretty decent. They're also making a lot of money, apparently. That's pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. We've just secured qualifying to the round of 16 because we finished top 8 in the group stage. In the league stage, sorry. I keep calling it the group stage. Christian Eriksen's finally retiring. That's interesting. Christian Eriksen's like 36, I think, in this save. Right, we have Norwich up next. Trubin, you did not play very well, so we're actually going to play our youth keeper. We're going to play Mikel Riddell. Play Johnston. We're going to start Mikitani. We're going to start Maturo. We're going to start Collins. Next to Mickey. I'm going to start Mickey there, left center back. David can stay there. Florian off for Szymanski. We're going to switch back to our other tactic for the moment. You off for Francisco Trincao. We will put Evan on the bench. Let's see if we can't get some money for Lorenzo Luca. Ferguson needs his form praised. I mean, he scored a bunch of goals. How many goals have he scored? He scored 4 goals in 5 games. Is still improving at 23. And David has 1 goal and an assist. Not bad. Moreira's back from his neck injury. Oh yes, ads are starting in a little bit. So while that's happening, I will just sit here on this Norwich match. I need to go to use the bathroom. Trincao is no longer concerned about his playing time. Very nice. Very nice. Drink top up. Indeed. Drink top up and grab yourself a snack if you have such a need. Right, as we're starting in a few seconds, I'm just going to let this sit here for a bit while I go grab some stuff. Oh, excuse me. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Turn the music down a bit. Anto's gifted a sub. Who has he gifted a sub to? To Cody. That's very nice of him. Wow, Anto, you came in at just the wrong time for me to go off and like get myself a drink and grab a quick snack. But yeah, you scored. Anto, you have 2 goals, I think, in the Premier League this year. Off the bench, primarily. Yeah, so you have 2 goals and 9 appearances for us in the Premier League this year. And an assist. Not been here for a while. No, you've not. So yes, you've actually done pretty alright for us this year as a backup striker. Yeah. You've done pretty good. So you won the league. Yeah, we won the league a couple streams ago. We won the Premier League. We also just had all of our money taken away from us, so we no longer have any transfer budget. Also, it's kind of cold in this room. Give me a second. I'm going to grab a hoodie. There we go. Much better. So yes, we are Premier League champions. We are Europa League champions. This season, and this is what I have basically in mind. I've also Anto, you weren't here at the start of the stream to see this, but I basically announced that I will be playing Football Manager today and tomorrow, and then I'll be playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition Wednesday, Thursday. Dragon Age the Veilguard does not release until Thursday afternoon, evening for me, which doesn't work for me. I have plans Thursday evening. I had planned on switching things around if the game had released earlier, but it's not. So essentially, what I'm going to do is on Friday and Saturday, I'm going to play a bunch of Dragon Age, which would mean that next week, basically, I'm going to decide if I want to play more Dragon Age on stream or if I want to keep to that schedule of 2, 2, and 2, like 3 different games 2 times a week. If I do, great. If I don't, I will move to 1 FM stream, 1 Mass Effect stream, and then 4 Dragon Age streams if Dragon Age is doing really well on the channel. Basically. Dragon Age stream sounds great, yeah. So that'll likely be Friday. Will be when that starts. So like basically I will stream as usual Thursday with Mass Effect. I will then download the game that evening, get everything set up on OBS, have everything prepared for Friday stream. I also already know what I'll be playing when it comes to what species and class I'll be playing and background. Hopefully it'll be something relatively unique for the stream experience. Well, now you gotta tell me. Quinari Warden Warrior. So yeah, that's what you can expect on Friday, is a Quinari Warden Warrior. I've also been avoiding spoilers as best I can. Hopefully your Quinari looks a lot less smooth than the ones in the gameplay demo. I mean, how smooth they look doesn't really bother me. They're still a Quinari, right? They still look like a Quinari. What a pass by Evan Ferguson to find Rooney. Drew both defenders away from the line. Rooney was there on his own in the middle of the field. What a great pass from him. Had both defenders entirely caught. What a great pass to the back post. Just completed Origins, started 2, haven't gotten that far into it yet. That's alright. I had planned on replaying all the Dragon Age games, but they're way too long to replay all of them. So I just like watched a compilation of all the important moments. Also, we don't really know what's going to come up in Veilguard that's been in previous games, so the only thing we know for sure is Solus will be around, and that's it really. I'm also not a Sylvelian romancer. My ooh, David with a goal there. And Varric and Harding. Yeah, that's true, Varric and Harding. I wasn't a Solomancer. I didn't romance Solus. My canon warden romanced Josie. But Solus was like a brother to him. So Solus and him had massive respect for each other. So we shall see how that interaction works in Veilguard. Your Levelian also romanced Josephine, almost romanced Blackwall. That's fair. I had a secondary warden who I played through because I wanted to see what the Quinari like voice options would be like, and she romanced Blackwall. Because it's very funny, because the first time you interact with Blackwall as a female Quinari, he's like, oh my god, big lady. It's really funny. He's like that dude from Game of Thrones who's like, is the big lady here? He's like that dude. It's really funny. Roll by hard. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's put Vandev in there and take off you for Jean Martin. That works for me. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, Nathan Collins picks up that rebound from Rooney and buries it. Nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be an interesting time because I've only ever really played through one game one time as a warden. Sorry, one time as a Quinari, so I'm looking forward to playing a Quinari warden. Interested to learn how my rook ended up in that situation. How did you end up as a warden, random Quinari? Well, you see, $8 minutes of added time, huh? Ooh, Anto almost buried it again. Oh, you see, I wanted horns and a fuck-off sword. I mean, she's not wrong. She is not wrong. Red is dead right in the assessment of my being. Though my cannon warden is a human. Evan needs a rest. We'll rest him for a week from training. Rooney scored. I, for one, have absolutely zero problems with big sword options. There's plenty of them around and they're great times. Right, Alan can't play. That's fine. Florian, you're going on the bench. And Szymanski, you're going to be subbed off. Evan, you're not going to be playing any matches for a little bit here, so... Santiago, you can come on. We're up against Southampton. Okay. Riddell played okay, actually, in that game, to give him credit. He didn't play terribly. He only let in one goal. It wasn't a terrible goal he let in. He's growing still. I like a big bow and arrow. That's fair, Anto. That's fair. Gabriel's still out on loan. Well, not on loan. He's out to international duty with Brazil. Looking to make any business? No business of any kind. At least I don't think so anyway, unless... Unless someone comes in for Lorenzo Luca. Moscardo will be back before the Southampton game. That's good. Probably won't be fully fit given he's been playing for Brazil basically the entire time. Transfer deadline day. Oh, Anthony's going to Olympic Marseille for 28.5 million. Ooh. Danny Ceballos to Roma and Chancel Mbamba to Everton. Decline. Unless someone's willing to come in and make an offer for one of my players, I will not be selling anyone. You think make youth face. I believe this was a... I think this was... No, this was... Oh, Christ, my naming. I think this was QG's player. Man United have made a loan offer for Luca. Average McAverage face. Okay. Do I take this offer? How much is it? It is 42.5 million. I think I take it because it's basically going to be 42.5 million confirmed. Right, Cody, let's take a look here. Let's sort by potential here. So this guy, these top guys here are not our youth players, I don't think. I think Cyril, yeah, Cyril we spent 14 million on from Portsmouth. Sorry, from Nottingham Forest. Which is a bit of a wild expenditure for a right back, but I guess he is growing and doing pretty well out at Rangers. Freddie Thickboy is already a name that's been claimed. Callis Buffon Henry. This guy has been around for a while now. Has not really grown as much as I'd expect him to. He's 19. He's on loan out at Queen's Park. There's Zach Hull, who is growing out at Ross County. Would you like Zach Hull or would you like Callis Buffon Henry, Cody? Who would you like me to name? Average McAverage face. He's 27. Take. I mean, yeah. I guess at this point I have to take. So Callis plays left winger. He plays left wing and left mid, while Zach is left wing striker. Sorry, right wing striker. I don't want to give you someone who will just never play. Average thing he's got to be mid. I don't know if I have any midfielders right now. So Buffon Henry. Cool. So Callis Buffon Henry, you are now forever known as... Average McAverage face. Average McAverage face. Will he ever play for me? I mean, he might play some rotationary games. He's not bad. Oh, McAcerage face, I see. Edit nickname. I'm not looking at my keyboard. I can't see it very well past my microphone, but I think that's right. Average McAverage face. I think that's right. Yeah, that looks good. Luca has rejected the loan from Manchester United. That is ridiculous. Are you serious, Lorenzo Luca? 50 million to fucking Genk, he didn't go. 42.5 million to Man United, he didn't go. Are you joking me, Lorenzo? That's ridiculous. It's so hard to fucking get rid of players in this year's game for some reason. Maybe he's happier sitting on the bench of the winning team as opposed to playing for the losing team. I mean, you have to remember here, right, that United are second in the Premier League right now behind us. Like, United are second, 1 point behind us in the Premier League right now. So, it's not like they've been doing terribly or anything. At least in this universe, they haven't been doing terribly. In this universe, they seem to have pulled themselves back up. No offer for Luca. Nice are only willing to pay us 20 million. Everton are paying 12. That's ridiculous. I guess we're keeping him until the summer, and we'll be selling him in the summer then. That's just how it's going to have to be, I guess, for Lorenzo. Well, the board is super happy with me. Yeah, sure. You can go on loan to Dundee United. He can go out on loan for the rest of the year. That'll make him relatively happy. I mean, he's actually a pretty decent winger. Kelechi Ohuya, I want to say. He's Nigerian English. And also knows a bit of German. Alright, so I am going to register Lorenzo Luca. I think I can register him. No, I have to then register... The only people I think I can register left are, yeah, my two homegrown club players. So I need to unregister someone. So unregister Eric Holden, register Lorenzo Luca, I guess. Because Lorenzo's definitely the better striker. Who at the very least is going to be here for the rest of the year now. So might as well keep him around and have him play some... After speaking with Lorenzo Luca, I believe the player appreciates that you've made a concerted effort to sell him. And yeah, I have. We had 3 accepted deals that would have been great deals for us, and he didn't take them. So yeah, we were pretty much like on the goal there of like essentially, right? I was talking I think it was last stream about our financial situation at this club, right? Because if I go back here, hang on, if I go back here to our finances, as you can see, we are heavily in debt. Like, I mean heavily in debt. We have a bank loan of 70 million that we've paid off the most of it already. We're paying about $1 million a month on that. We're fine in the FFP in both cases. We've made profit apparently over every year we've been here. Salary wise, our salary has just crept up over the years. It's been pretty alright. It's been pretty steady at around 3.7 million for the last year and a half. Expenditure wise, we have spent the most amount of money on transfer expenditure. with the second amount of money on player wages and the third amount on bonuses. And then we've spent 75 million on taxes. Corporation tax, 17 million. VAT, 11 million. NI employer, which I don't know what that is, 4 million. And then another amount of tax of 1.5 million. Ground maintenance, because we expanded the grounds this year, which is why it's at 35. Loyalty bonuses, staff wages. Like we've spent a lot of fucking money, essentially. And income wise, we've made a quarter of a billion on players sold over all the time we've been here for the last last season we made it. This season we only sold 160 billion. Oh, it's the employer's contribution to an employee's national insurance. I see, yeah. That's we call that PRSI, pay-related social insurance. I see what that is. I see, I get it now. Premier League wise, we've made 61 million in we've made money essentially. Our biggest problem is we've not been able to sell players for good money. Like, we sold, who was it? Mateus Nunez to Arsenal for like 50 million. We should have gotten like 80 for him, but we didn't. We just couldn't sell him for that amount of money. Mateus Cunha we sold to Barcelona for like 45. We should have gotten 70, 80 for him as well. But we just haven't been able to do that. We haven't been able to flip players for good profit at this club. And I don't know if there's some sort of thing with the AI or if it's just me being a bad manager. I'm not sure. But I just haven't figured it out yet. Ait Nawari with the throw in. Moreira, big tackle there. Looks like it might be another penalty. It is. Who's taking it? Verts, I think? Yeah, Florian's over this one. Florian didn't make it. Another penalty saved against Wolverhampton Wanderers. 2 in 3 games, I think, now. Verts, back post. Collins heads it. Mandel tips it over. Darvic knocks it away. Rooney has it. To Collins. To Sugawara out wide. Sugawara chips it into the middle. Heads us away. Headed away again. Udozi tries to go into the middle, but Arthur's there. Arthur to Moreira. Moreira has to go back to Collins, being pressed heavily there. Sugawara to Davi. Davi to Rooney. Rooney out wide to Ait Nawari, who cuts inside and shoots. Rattles it off the inside of the crossbar. Puts it in. What a shot from him. Nice. Very nice movement there from the squad. Verts is on a 6.1 for that missed penalty. That's a bit cringe. Ait Nawari to Verts. Tide Nawari. Lavia heads it away. Arthur heads it back down to Aiden Nawari, who takes on his defenders. Goes back to Verts. To Mikitani in the middle. Mikitani to David. David steps into it. David has scored. What a rattler from David on that one. That's what we like to see here. Halftime, 2-1 up. Good job, guys. 3-1 up on aggregate, 2-0 up on the day. David goes up the top to Bianacci. Loses it to Piqueres. Goes to Madil in goal, who boots it up. Arthur heads it down. Darvic has it to Ebozele. David takes it away to Bianacci. Has to go out wide to Sugawara. Goes back to Collins. Collins goes out wide. Down the line to Sugawara. Sugawara into the middle. Tries to go to anyone, but there's no one there. Moreira goes back into the middle. No one there again. Mikitani's on the loose ball. Good pass to Moreira. Alfonso Moreira scores. Great shot from Moreira. Aidnawari to Moreira to Mikitani to Verts. Verts shoots. Florian Verts has scored a goal. He's made up his missed penalty. Looks like we'll be going to the final against who? We'll find out in a second once I pull up the current scores. It's looking like neither at the moment. We might end up with a penalty shootout there for Man City Chelsea. Collins to Mikitani to Arthur. Mikitani has 2 assists today. He's an 8.5 rating. To Verts to Moreira. He's in behind. Oh, misses the net. What an attempt there from Alfonso Moreira. Rooney. Heads it away. Big takeaway there from Arthur, high up the pitch. Goes in the Verts to Moreira to David. Rattles the crossbar. Oh, City are winning against Chelsea. They scored. Looks like Julian Alvarez has put them up 1-0. I haven't made any subs, I just realized. There we go. Well done, lads. Good win. Good win. Solid stuff. Carabao Cup final. We will be going up against Man City. Julian Alvarez scored, and then De La Fuente scored 2 goals in the 89th and 96th minute to put them through. It's looking like it'll be Blackburn, Villa and Bournemouth relegated, with Birmingham and Nottingham Forest barely out of the relegation zone. Norwich are in solidly 15th. So it's looking like it'll be a big fight for them. Mikitani had 3 assists. Well done, Kanechi. like to see. So this is the Carabao Cup final here, I believe it is. So we're going to go with scenario, big match. We're going to throw in a goalkeeping, shot stopping, goalkeeping one-on-one, technical, chance conversion, and then here we're going to throw in a extracurricular team bonding. We got Birmingham up now. Man, I would have loved to have this guy. He would have been such an excellent addition to the squad. But what we will do is... Wait, was there a money question when you weren't listening? I don't know, was there? Oh yeah, I was looking through the finances of the squad. Because I was talking about how we couldn't sell players for the money that I expected to sell them for, so we could keep a tidy profit at the club. Currently, I think we're making more money than we're losing slightly. Slightly, not by a lot though overall this year, because we sold Festia Bazzelli for 35 million, which dropped us down from being over 100 million in the red to slightly under 90 million. So I was wondering what NI tax was, and Cody told me it's a PRSI, a substitute basically, or it's the same thing as like pay related social insurance that we pay here in this country. Yeah, so I'm hoping that in the summer. Here's the thing, right? Let's say in the summer I go to a different team in this save. Do I want to leave immediately? Meaning that, like, let's say win Premier League, win Champions League, win Carabao Cup, because we're in the Carabao Cup final now against City. Win the Champions League, and then I go, you know what, we're done here. I'm immediately going to resign and find a new job? Or do I stick around and try and sell some players to try and generate money? Or if I go somewhere else, say, and use that money that I get somewhere else, like if I go to, I don't know, Borussia Dortmund or PSG, or, well, I wouldn't go to a team like that, but going to a big team where I can spend a bunch of money, could I, you know, help Wolves out and be like, hey, I'll give you the 70 million for Lorenzo Luca. I'll give you the 50 million for a guy who is good at your team, but will be better at my squad because he's not going to be a rotationary guy. Welcome back, Owen. What have you missed? Not much. Not much. We beat AS Monaco. We beat Norwich. We beat Southampton in the second leg of the Carabao Cup. So we're in the final of the Carabao Cup against City a little bit later in the stream. We're up against Birmingham right now at home, and then Nottingham Forest, and then Everton away. We have an unknown team currently in the Champions League round of 16. The knockout playoff round is Nice, Tottenham, Genk, Arsenal, Villarreal, Barcelona, Stuttgart, Dortmund, Real Betis, Valencia, Monaco, Inter, Marseille, Galatasaray, and Leipzig, Celtic. So, lots of interesting teams there. West Ham just beat City. That's incredible. Liverpool drew against Blackburn. So Blackburn now have more points. United beat Crystal Palace, so we need to beat Birmingham here to retain our position at the top of the league. Ryan, you can't play this full match, so we will sub in Maturo there for you for this match. Honestly, it's likely I'm going to sell Mark Travers in the summer as well. Maybe not, maybe I won't, but he's... The main reason I'm keeping him around is because he's trained at he's English trained, and he was super cheap. He was 2 million from Bournemouth and has played okay since we brought him in, basically. So yeah, you haven't really missed much, Owen. It's mostly just been me talking about like what I'm going to do at the end of this season in the save. If West Ham could beat City IRL, that would be great. It would be great. It would indeed. Pick up where you left off, guys. They're playing a 8-2, basically. They do, however, have 20 points and are currently out of the relegation zone. Verts, back post. Collins has to get ahead of the way. Biaggi has it. To Collins. To Verts. David scores. Is it going to count? Is this still your last season with Wolves? If we don't win the Premier League and we don't win the Europa, or if we don't win the Premier League or the Champions League, I will leave. I think that's fair, right? I think if we don't win the Premier League or Champions League, I will leave and come back. I will leave and spend another year with Wolves. Basically, once we win the Champions League or win the Premier League again, at that point, I'll be like, okay, it's time for me to go. You know, Wolves are now top of the Premier League and have won multiple Premier Leagues in the same decade for the first time since 1959. So the only way that we don't move on is if we if we don't win the Premier League and we don't win the Champions League. I will be staying. If I manage to win one of those two, I'll be going. David's just scored a brace in a minute. Would be cool to go to a different league with the team that are in a similar position to you when you started with Wolves. Yeah, that's the idea. The idea is to turn this into like a race to glory journeyman, where I started at Wolves. I will then go to like, I don't know, Stuttgart in Germany, you know, or something like that. A team that's in the top league that have been there for a while, have kind of been falling off because of players coming and going and not being able to meet their potential, that sort of thing. Ooh. Bad goal for Trubin to let in, but that happens. So yeah, that would be the idea, Anto, would be to go to teams who are in similar positions, in a similar position to Wolves when we started the save, wherein they are not like, you know, incredibly high up the league table. Alternatively, we could say fuck it and just go to the best teams we can go to and see how we do. See if we can win like multiple leagues and stuff like that with other teams. Rooney's doing a great job there, taking everyone on. Oh, big save from Dieng. Like my first switch team-wise might be going to like a big team, just because that would be fun for like a year or two. Oh, awful bit of handling of the ball by Dieng there. That's what you turned mine into at Valencia. Yeah, like I'd like the idea of going to different places to win trophies, but I don't necessarily know if I want to spend like 5 years at every club I go to, or if I want to be like, I want to go somewhere and win something in the first 2 years or move on again. And then the last thing I'll probably do in this save is come back to Wolves to see if I can see if either they've fallen off or if we can win the league with them again. Because what will probably happen when I leave is like a bunch of players will get sold and that money will get spent on players who probably aren't as good or whatever else, and there might be a bit of a falling down the pecking order. Alternatively, we could very well come back and Wolves could be the best team in the Premier League and we could have set them up to be, you know, the best team in England. And we come back and we just run England for like a year or two, you know, win every trophy we can, go on an absolute monster run in England for a little while. So yeah, the save won't end until I leave and then come back to Wolves in a couple of years' time, basically. Ooh, is that a penalty? David or Arthur will be taking this because either one of them is on a hat-trick. I don't care who, honestly. If the Ireland job comes up again, are you going for it? I don't know if it will come up again in a point where Ireland have a chance to win things. If you know what I mean. Like, I don't know if it'll come up again where Nathan's still young, Ferguson's still young and good, and Gavin Bazunu is still around, and you know, there's other players who are around who can help us win. If those aren't available, I probably won't go to Ireland as a manager. Also, to be fair, international management's pretty fucking boring. I've done it a few times in different saves, and it's not that great. International management's just not worth the effort in FM. It's different when it's a team who you want to win. Like, if I was to go out and be like, hey, I want to do international management in this save, and I found, like, America, for example, and I was like, oh, if I could take on the American job and win, like, you know, get to the, get to the World Cup final with America, with the squad they have, that'd be kind of cool. But I also don't necessarily know if that's something that I'd be interested in doing, you know? Some people I know use international management as a way to scout. So what they do is they'll go to, like, Ghana or, like, the Netherlands, teams like that who produce a lot of good young talent. And they'll just be like, alright, I'm scouting the Netherlands right now for international days, and then I'll go to my home club, and I'll sign all the youth players, just because you can. International management always seems fun, then you play it, yeah. I know a lot of people who are not upset with the fact that they're getting rid of international management for FM25, and honestly, I don't know many people who use international management other than people who are like Zealand's done it. Zealand did it in his Journeyman, where he, like, was in charge of Ghana for a while and then was in charge of America for a while. I think it was his last save he did in his Journeyman. You got gifted a sub to Zealand the other day thanks to me. What did I do? Is it because I raided into to Zealand and you ended up getting a sub? In your opinion, they had to take it out in order to overhaul it? They did. Because, like, you don't... Like, for example, right, you guys see me, like, adjusting resting schedules and adjusting, you know, who's playing when and all that sort of stuff. But it's not nearly as, like, how do I put it? Not nearly as trying to find the words here, but my brain's struggling. It's not nearly as interesting when you're playing a team who you know will never produce great talent again. Like, for example, right, I know a lot of people who took over in the Netherlands to, like, not the Netherlands, sorry, Norway, because obviously they have Erling Haaland, they have Christopher Ayer, they have guys who can help them, like, win a Euros, even. Like, winning a Euros would be really, really good for Denmark. Sorry, not for Denmark, for Norway. For Denmark, too, arguably. But, like, it's just not a thing that you can... Like, if you're doing a super long save, like a 25, 30-year save, Erling Haaland's going to retire, and all of a sudden, Norway's just not going to be any good anymore. Same with Ireland. 10 years into the future in this save, Evan Ferguson's going to be 33, and he's not going to be good enough to... He'd probably retire from international play at that point. You know? So, it's just not worth it necessarily for me to do that sort of stuff. You know, I think there are definitely, like, teams out there who are interesting to attempt to do what we're doing here at Wolves and race to glory, but it takes a lot longer to do that when you're, when international play only comes around every 2 to 3 years, 4 years if it's a actual, like, World Cup. So, like, there are certain countries out there who you can play for a long time and do really well at. For example, England, France, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, some of the African continents, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico. Your best international management experience was at Australia. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, you only get a couple of years really in Australia to do really well before all your big players go away. Like, you could have a player in Australia turn up and be the best player in the world, and they might have one other player in that squad who is actually capable of playing in, like, a big league in Europe. You know what I mean? Ooh, Crystal Palace are in financial crisis. Holy shit. Administrators have been brought in to deal with the financial problems of Crystal Palace. All transfer funding has been withdrawn. The administration have indicated that they will consider any reasonable transfer offers made for the club's players. And they've been deducted 9 points for going into administration. Holy shit. Crystal Palace still has Festi Ebezelli, I think, right? And Mark Guay. Yeah, they do. Who's he wanted by? Liverpool and Atletico. 39 million for him. Eze, relatively cheap. See, now this is a moment where I'm like, do I just make the offer for Mark Guay? Do I just do that? Do I just say fuck it and just make him an offer? You cannot be registered until 15th of the 6th. He also won't join us until next year anyway. Do we have 39 million? We need 34. Here, I'll give you 25 million up front. And then 3 installments that lead to another 15 mil. There's a player who will 100% help us, because we will probably lose Mickey Van de Ven in the summer. Ads are starting now. You won all the regional cups with them and then you qualified for the World Cup. Yeah, like, I can imagine that being fun, but you're also playing Australia. And, like, Australia are kind of known as the bullies of Oceania. Like, if you're... I think Australia are in Oceania. Or are they considered in the Asian... what's it called? The Asian international scene. But either way, like, they're kind of known to be the best of the best there. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you guys. Do you guys think they do Asia because they're so big? Ah, fair enough. Yeah, because it's New Zealand. I think they're in Oceania, right? I think New Zealand are like considered the bullies of Oceania because they're the biggest nation in that region by a mile. So yeah, do you guys think me signing Mark Way is a good idea? Like, he'd be our best defender, apparently. If I compare him with Blind, there he is, Collins. Like, if I compare him with Collins, Collins is better mentally, aerially, and that's it. Guay is better with vision, better attacking, better technical, and better physically as well. Like, do we think this is a good deal for me to do? Because I'm getting him for super cheap. Do you need a striker? No, Mark Guay's a centre back. I don't need a striker. I have Evan Ferguson. Having Evan Ferguson basically like means that I will never need a striker again. Do I need a centre back? Arguably, yes, because Mickey Van de Ven's going to be going in the summer. Mickey Van de Ven's not going to be staying around in the summer because he wants to leave, and honestly, I don't necessarily know if we need to keep him. And since he's cheap, why not? Like, that's the cheapest anyone will ever get Mark Guay. Because Crystal Palace have gone into administration. They are 180 million in the fucking negative. Oh my god. He's also homegrown. This is true. He's English. So he does count as homegrown. I mean, I'm only spending 25 million for him up front. That's a very, very good deal for me. So like let me take a look at our squad really quick here. Hang on. Who will I be selling in the summer? You won't be the only ones after him. Liverpool, and I think 2 Saudi clubs are coming in for him as well. Just gonna take a look here and see who I'm going to sell in the summer. Lorenzo Luca's gone in the summer. No question. He's gone in the summer. Who else? Van de Ven's gone in the summer. One of Alistair Johnston and Yukinari Sugawara will be gone in the summer. Alain Maturo might go in the summer as well. So, there are options here, I think, for us to sell on in the summer. For a solid profit to help keep the club in the positive. Arguably, the best way for us to make money would be to sell players like Anto and Teddy Bearface, but we're not going to be selling them because they are our not only homegrown at club players, but also they are named youth players, meaning they get preferential treatment over everybody else. Basically, is how that works. So, for example, Evan Ferguson here is our starting striker. He is wanted by AC Milan. If he was sold to any club in the world for less than like 90 million, that would be an incredible deal for that club. This guy would be sold for like 150 million probably to somebody, and that would solve all of our financial problems in the morning. We would no longer have any problems with any finances. You can sell Teddy, but you would be sad. You see, this is the thing, right? I could sell him. I could make a tidy profit on Teddy Bearface because obviously he's a homegrown player. He doesn't cost you anything to bring in, but I don't want to sell him because I want to keep not only a homegrown club player around who came from our youth academy who's good enough to play for us, but also it means that I can, it incentivizes you guys to keep coming back to the stream because you want to see if Teddy Bearface does well. You want to see if your players who you've named do well in the team, which helps. How rested are you? Perfectly rested. Very good. Yeah, you'll be jumping on the squad here. You wouldn't mind Anto going and winning somewhere else if it came to it. Anto is one of those ones that I'm iffy on because Anto has potential apparently, but he's not necessarily growing in the best way. It'd be fun to see how he does at different clubs. I don't think there's any interest in him, but also he's one of our homegrown at club players as well. Currently we have 4 homegrown at club players, I think. Gabriel Moscardo, Rooney Banyani, Teddy Bearface, and Evan Anto Riley are our 4 homegrown at club players for European registration. All you're hearing is reasons to sign Guay. Mark Guay is not homegrown at club. He is homegrown in nation. 2 different things. I have enough players in my squad to make homegrown at nation registration rules, but not enough in Europe. I didn't have enough last year in Europe to register a full slot of players because I didn't have enough players who were homegrown at club. I do this year, though, because Rooney and Gabriel are both homegrown at club now. Ah, yeah, you misheard. Yeah, no, I have enough players in my squad that are English or English trained to not need to worry about registering for that. Also, most of my players who are under 21 this year will still be under 21 next year, meaning they won't need to. I won't need to worry about registering them yet next year either. Ooh. What an attempt there. No worries, Anto. No worries. Out to Collins. Collins to Sugawara. Sugawara in the middle of the shot hard. This is Mansky, who's being railed on by the referee for some reason. Trincao in behind. Oh my goodness. Francisco Trincao with his 8th goal of the season. Had a bit of a slower year this year with his injury, but Francisco's been an absolute monster since we brought him in last year. See, here's the thing, right? I have a bunch of players on my team who are worth a load of money, who I think we could sell for a very, very good profit. Like David, like Trincao, like Moreira, who, if we sold them, we'd make all the money we bought them for back easily. It's just that we're trying to win, you know, and winning costs money, unfortunately. There are a couple teams in the Premier League who make money every year, and a lot of them are trying not to win. They're only trying to stay out of the relegation zone. Oh my goodness, Yukinari Sugawara has just railed one. Oh my goodness, that was a fantastic goal from him. So yeah, signing Guay would be great for us because he's a really, really good defender, and we need that. Because arguably our centre backs are our worst position aside from wing backs, but our wing backs do the jobs we need them to do, which means I'm perfectly happy with keeping them around. He also might be able to, he might play a little bit of defensive midfielder as well with Collins and Arthur next to each other in the back line, because he can play center defensive mid. So, ooh, Verts has picked up a little knock. Let's take him off. No, sorry, David's picked up a knock. Let's take him off for Gallagher. We'll put Gallagher on for the rest of this match. And Alfonso Moreira can come off for Bianacci. Ooh, that's a big tackle there from Prongranic. Bailey has it. Loses it to Moreira. In the middle to Shotard, to David, to Trincao. Finds Ferguson. Misses the net. He's offside. Sugawara with a throw in to Trincao. Back to Sugawara to Trincao. Danilo takes it off of him. Goes to Bailey to Johnston. Bailey. Everyone's on side here because of bad movement, but we've held everyone up. Goes back to Williams to Bailey. Bailey to Nielsen. Over the top. Arthur heads it away. Bailey to Ericsson. Out wide to Tavernier. Sugawara heads it away to Trincao. Trincao to Chotard. Chotard's leading the attack here. Chotard passes to Ferguson. Ferguson shoots. Misses. Goal kick. Chotard's finally come into his own this year as well. He didn't play very well all of last year, but he's done well since we brought him in. He's had his 6 months to adapt to English football and is now doing pretty well. Collins to Gallagher. Finds Trincao, who misses the net. Boots it up. Headed down. Sugawara has it. To Maturo. Down the line to Bianchi. To Ferguson. Ferguson turns. Passes it in the middle. Can't find Gallagher. Thurgman to Johnson. Arthur to Chotard. To Ferguson. Finds Gallagher. To Szymanski. To Bianchi. Bianchi's in behind. Tries to find someone to pass to. Finds Szymanski. Big save. Chotard chests it down. Good control to Maturo. Goes back to Chotard to Gallagher. To Szymanski. Shoots. Save. Close. Maturo to Szymanski. To Chotard. Tries to go back to Szymanski, but it's intercepted. Johnson has it. Out to Thurgman. Thurgman can't take on Sugawara. Goes back to Ericsson, who passes to Johnston. Tries to find Tavernier, but Collins has it. Goes back to Trubin. To Arthur. To Maturo. To Bianchi. Maturo. To Chotard. Good movement. Chotard to Bianchi. Bianchi cuts in. Shoots. Misses. Right, we're going to make some more subs here. Arthur, you can come off for Gabriel. Maturo off for Van de Ven. Sugawara off for Johnston. Evan off for Rooney. Oh, no more subs to be made. That's fine. We've had 25 shots and 13 of them have been on target. Their keeper has just been keeping them in this game this entire time. Ferguson to Bianchi to Gallagher. Finds Bianchi again. Missed. Oh yeah, so Anto, right? You were saying about like players. Here's a player who we could bring back who is homegrown at Wolves. Like, he's club trained at Wolves. He is a Wolves boy. He's not born in Wolverhampton, I don't think. No. But he is a English... He is nation and club trained. But he's also quite expensive because he's at a team in the Premier League. So... Well done, lads. That was great. Nice drew to Tottenham and Villarreal lost to Barcelona. Trincao had a goal and an assist. I do always like seeing our team go well together. Now, who are we subbing out? David, you're a little hurt, so we'll bring on Conor Gallagher. We'll put on Szymanski. We'll start Rooney on the right. Nathan, you're going to come off. We're against Everton, who are pretty low down in the league, so we're switching out basically everybody. We'll put Bareface on the bench as well as Anto. Where are Everton in the Premier League right now? Oh, they're 6th actually. Wow, they're doing pretty well. Jordan Pickford's 33, Ben Godfrey's 30, Calvert-Lewin's 30. All of their best players are old at this point. What tactics are they playing? A 4-3-3. I mean, this is basically to be what is expected. No one's really playing very well, though, on their squad. And then after this, we will have the Carabao Cup final against Man City. Which is going to be a big game for us. Has anyone else made a bid on him? It should sell here. No, just us. Just us. Yeah, so they are in the Premier League. They've actually had 9 points already deducted, so they were 35th in the Premier League. So, who else do they have in their squad who could be worth bringing in? Joe Whitworth definitely isn't. He's an okay keeper, but not really anything to talk about. Joachim Anderson's a pretty decent centre back, but he's a bit too old. Tyreek Mitchell, not too expensive. David Oza, who's 22 in English. I mean, looks okay. Oh, Krejci. This guy I remember seeing a bunch of times. He's actually pretty decent. I wonder if we're taking their biggest wage off them. No, we're not actually. We're taking one of their biggest wages off them, but not a lot. That's interesting. Who's their cheapest player? Martin Stjucek. I mean, it sucks for Crystal Palace to go into administration. Mark Travers has picked up a bruised thigh. He's out for a few days. That's fine. We have a backup keeper in case things are really, really bad. Italy call-up unlikely for Luca. That's to be expected. He hasn't really played all that many matches for us, and he hasn't been very good in the matches that he has played. I wonder if I'm in the... Still only in the favorite people section. Thought I'd be in the icons by now, but apparently not. Oh, wow. Steve Bull holds the record for most Wolverhampton Wanderers goal in season with a total of 52. Evan Ferguson has netted 35 on occasion. Wow. That's crazy. Evan could very well actually hit Steve Bull's record if he scores a couple more big games, maybe like multiple goal games this year. You do really well. I might need to jump off the stream for a second just to say hello to someone who's just drove in. So we are up against Everton. Oh, they have Alan St. Maximin now. Weston McKennie, Onana. Right. We're going to be playing... Not Jean Martin. Arthur there. We will put Ryan out Nori on the bench. Yeah, let's go get this. Actually, is Trincao on the bench? He isn't. I need to put Trincao on the bench. Over... Bianacci. Let's do it. Alright, I'm back. Just had to say hello to the grandmother. She's doing well. Oh, Shotard here has it. That's usually dangerous. Onana. Out wide to Luvumbo. Cuts it into Garner. Shoots over the top of the crossbar. Are you Wolves' most winningest coach yet? No, I don't believe so. I am the first coach with Wolves to win a European trophy. Ferguson has scored. Very nice. No, but I'm not their winningest coach. They've had a few coaches who've won like multiple Premier Leagues and stuff like that. But I am their first ever coach to win a European trophy. I'm actually kind of curious now. Hang on. Who was Wolverhampton Wanderers' most winning managers? There we go. Steve Cullis was the most successful manager, winning 3 league titles and 2 FA Cups. Stan Cullis. So Stan Cullis is one of the legends, I think, in the club info. He's their most winning club manager. That was back in the 50s, I think. Yeah. 1940. Oh, Weston McKennie with a banger of a goal. It was back in 1948. He was Wolves manager from 1948 to 1964. That was the tenure of Wolves' most winning coach. Wirtz, back post. Gabriel's running away from it, but he manages to get it headed out to Moreira. Moreira to Arthur. Has to go back to Shotard, to Arthur again. Turns. Goes out wide to Van de Ven, who attacks to the byline. Puts it into Wirtz. Wirtz pulls it to Moreira. Alfonso Moreira skies it into the net. 2 goals. So yeah, Stan Cullis is our biggest rival. He did it over far longer than you've had, yeah. Nearly 20 years he was at the club. But I also want to point out he only won 3 Premier Leagues and 2 FA Cups. I've already won an FA Cup, a Carabao Cup, a Europa League, and a Premier League title. I've won more trophies total. I've won 5 trophies total. Actually, no, I've won more. I won the South America Challenge, which is technically a trophy, and the Community Shield, which is also technically a trophy. So, technically, I've won 7 trophies already with Wolves. But he is technically their most winning coach because he is real and I'm not. Wow. What an awful fucking sequence there, guys. Holy shit. You couldn't do anything there, could you, really? No? Moscardo off for... No. Arthur off for John, and that'll do. Joris off for Kenichi Mikitani. Teddy Bareface on for Gallagher, because we need to remember we have Man City in a little bit, so... As much as I would prefer to win this match and give ourselves a gap at the top of the Premier League, even more of a gap at the top of the Premier League, I am not going to risk the players we need for this final. Are we serious, guys? That might be the worst sequence I think I've seen in a long time. Gabriel Moscardo on a 6.4. Honestly, I think I might be selling Gabriel Moscardo in the summer. He has not played very well recently. That's our first loss in a very long time, though. And we're still sitting top of the Premier League, but it's not by nearly as much as I would have preferred. He's 5 matches away from making 50 appearances, meaning you have to pay Bayern 30 million. Arthur, you need a rest. That's fine. We'll rest you for the 6 days up to the final, because you will be playing next to Nathan when that comes up. Okay. Let's sort out our tactics here. So it'll be Alistair, Nathan with Arthur, Ryan, Joris, yeah, Connor. Probably Connor. Florian for sure. Rooney for sure. Alfonso Moreira and Evan Ferguson. Yeah. Taking you off though for Santiago and putting you on for nobody else, I don't think. I think that's fine for now. Okay. We got a final coming up next, which will be a big deal, given it's against City, and it'll help us. It's possible that we could end up confirming ourselves as one of the best Wolves managers, because I think we're already in the Hall of Fame for Ireland. I think we're like top of the Irish managers by a mile. So we're 3 points ahead of United and Newcastle. However, United do have a match in hand, so they can match us. Unless they win by a bunch of goals, we will still be at the top of the league. Aiton Roy's out for a few days. He'll be fit and ready for the game against City. Anything else here a little bit? Oh, both Villa and Birmingham are down in the relegation zone. Meaning if both of them get relegated, it means that we will no longer have any rivals left in this league. However, if I go to the English Premier Division and then go down, No, there's no rivals there for us to look at, I don't think, who are coming up. I think Leicester might be starting to... We might be starting to consider Leicester our rival, but not yet. Anyone in League 1 who would be interesting to come up? No. What about League 2? York, Leyton Orient. The runner-up national Kidderminster are sitting in 4th in the league. Shame. Indeed, shame. There's a guy here at Gateshead. Isn't that the same place where... No, I'm wrong. I thought that was where Jamie Vardy was from. Or Jamie Vardy started at. Has Jamie retired? It looks like he might have. Jamie Vardy. He's an unemployed coach. He went to Preston on a free and was there for 2 years. No, it was Stocksbridge. That's right, it was Stocksbridge in the North Premier. Don't know why Gateshead is stuck in my head about something. He should have by now in this reality. He's a coach, so technically you can bring him in. Leicester could bring him in as a coach, I guess, or another team could bring him in as a coach, but nobody currently wants to. It looks like Mark Way will be brought in. He will join us in the summer. That's a great deal for us, to be honest. Can't argue with it. Ooh, Moreira's torn a muscle. He's out for 5 weeks. That means Trincao is going to have to play on this side. That sucks for us, to be honest. Draw at Galatasaray, Olympique Marseille. Draw at Celtic Leipzig. Barcelona beat Villarreal 2-0. Borussia beat Stuttgart 2-0. Tottenham beat Nice 2-0. Oh, we're going to an Austrian stadium for the final. That's interesting. Dragon Age reviews are coming in. I'm avoiding everything as much as I can. I have also like added a bunch of block filters to my YouTube and stuff like that, so I don't get any kind of spoilers. Right, so before this final, we're going to praise the individual training. Just to help with the vibes, so that way we go into this final feeling as ready for it as possible. Right, Manchester City in the Carabao Cup final, and then Nottingham Forest in the FA Cup 5th round. Lots of potential winnings here. How do those... okay, so... we're now tied with... Sumo, thanks for the follow. We're now tied on points with Man United and Chelsea. Sorry, with Newcastle. Newcastle, however, we have a game in hand on. We're top of the league right now on purely goal difference. That's it. Last year we won the league with 85 points, and it was a record low amount of points. For teams who have won the Premier League, basically. So we'll see what we can find. Also, hang on, let me do a little quick thing here just to see what we're looking for. Girona would be a very interesting one. Same with Toulouse. They're both in League One, in the top league of their clubs, but they're both near the bottom of it. What about international management? Any international games available? No, there is not. So yeah, not very many big jobs available right now out there for the squad. So, we're going up against Man City. They're playing Haaland, Foden, Bernardo Silva. I think it's probably not Grealish. Moussa Diaby on the right with Javi Guerra and Rodri, with Théan Lara, Callum Doyle, Ruben Diaz, Rico Lewis, and Ederson in net. Ederson's in his mid-30s now, I think. 34, yeah. Starting to get to a point now where we are seeing clubs' best players start to fall off a little bit. Anyone on the bench who we should put on the bench? No, I think everyone's ready. Let's do it. Big game here. Big final here. Wolves, City. Let's see how this goes. Highlight here, Aït-Nouri over it to Arthur. Back to Trubin. Goes to Collins. Good first touch pass. Collins pushes it out wide to Rooney, who gets past his defender. Goes to the byline. Gets past everyone. David in the middle to Ferguson. Evan Ferguson has scored his 37th goal of the season. Wolves 1-0 up in the first 10 minutes. On the great pass play combo there from Rooney and from David. Lara, Arthur heads it away. Foden's there. Back to Lara. Back to Foden. To Rodrigo. Rodrigo has scored. Trubin couldn't get his hands to it. It is tied up in the 36th minute. Trubin to Collins. To Johnston out wide. Down the line to Rooney. Turns, goes to David. Has to go back to Johnston. Can go down the line again to Rooney. Foden intercepts it. Back to Doyle. Doyle to Javi. To Thorin. To Foden. Foden has to go back to Doyle. To Javi. Cuts into the middle. Goes out wide to Rico. Up to Diaby. Diaby. Finds Javi Guerra. Heads it over the crossbar. Half time. Oh, Davi's injured. That's not good. Conor Gallagher, you can come on. What injury did you pick up? A thigh injury. Okay, that's probably not the greatest. Nobody else needs to come off, though. What I don't want to do is I don't want to go to the penalties. Also, Bernardo Silva's just picked up a knock for them, too. Foden to Ruben. Back to Ederson. To Javi. Ooh, big takeaway by Gallagher. Ooh. Hits the crossbar. "65 minutes in here. Take off Johnston for Sugawara. Ryan's also not played well. We'll bring on Van de Ven. And that's the subs we'll make. I'd rather not go to penalties here, to be honest. I don't want them to win, though. Lewis to Ankuta to Rodri. Back post to Jared Bowen, who scores. I had to open my fat mouth. Ferguson to Arthur. Arthur turns and goes to Van de Ven out wide, who goes into Shuttard. Over the top to Ferguson. Good pass. Into Gallagher. Steps into it. Wrong side of the net. I thought that had been blocked with how wide it went. Ederson. Stones. Boots it up towards Bowen. Javi Guerra has it. Out wide to Jan Kutu. Van de Ven steps up. Has it. To Wirtz. Wirtz gets around his first defender. Goes wide. Can't find Gallagher, but Shuttard's there for the header. Has to go back to Collins. Into Wirtz, out wide to Van de Ven. Van de Ven shoots. Big deflection there by Ederson. Rooney. Come on, Rooney. Back post. Ferguson's there. Stones gets to it. Right, fuck it. We're going to move to a much more offensive strategy here. Collins to Van de Ven. To Trincao, to Ferguson. Finds Verts. Ruben takes it away to Rodrigo. They try to boot it up, but Van de Ven's there. Van de Ven to Trubin. We got the added time here, and that's basically all we have to tie this match up. To Chotard, to Verts, to Ferguson. Rico Lewis takes it away. To Ruben, to Rodri, to Ederson, to Stones. Bianacci intercepts. Rooney finds Ferguson. Ferguson! Big save by Ederson. 9 minutes of added time. Rooney needs to find one of the big men here at the back. Ferguson raises. Stones heads it away. Biachi's there. I've used all my subs. Only get 3 in the in this league. That's right. Let's go for it. We've lost in the Caribou Cup final. After going up early, we've conceded late, and it wasn't the greatest game. And it looks like David's out for 6 weeks as well. 6 weeks now as well with his injury. That leaves us with a lot less in the way of options, and quite honestly a little upset that we didn't win ourselves another trophy. But I suppose you can't win them all. Now we have Nottingham Forest, and then we have United again. Sorry, we have City again after that. And then we have a week off. It's probably international games probably after that, I think. Lost the match. Good as our opponents. Complete a decent number. Stronger momentum. So what they're saying is we should have scored more goals and they shouldn't have scored any. Basically, is what they're telling me there. Which is unfortunate. Essentially, we should have won that game and we didn't because they just had more clinical finishing. So that sucks, but you know, we'll get the next one. We'll get ourselves a win here. It'd be nice to win another FA Cup. It's a much easier draw given it's Nottingham Forest. Also, to be fair, it's City. City are a team who 100% can win every game that they're in if they play up to their standards. So we now have Nottingham, then we have Manchester City. So we're going to look at getting these two matches out of the way. Paris Saint-Germain want to make an Alfonso Moreira bid. See, this is what I mean, right? Like, as much as our club is struggling a little bit financially, it wouldn't be too hard for us to make one or two sales and for our, like, entire situation financially to turn around. You know, you sell Alfonso Moreira to PSG for 90 million. You sell, Szymanski somewhere for another 50. You sell Arthur to somewhere for another 70. That's all your money made back. Jean Martin's wanted by Liverpool, and he's valued at nearly 50 million. He's a player who I would 100% consider getting rid of. We have ways to make money at this club. Favorites here, I want us to play like it. Oh, kickoff highlight. Ferguson, good touch. Good turn. Shoot. Ooh. Miss. Eriksen in a dangerous position. Misses. Williams has to go back to Nelson. Into the middle to Danilo. Out wide to Bose. To Bailey. Trubin makes a big save there. Eriksen over a corner. Gallagher heads it away. Gets headed over the net by a player there. Teddy's picked himself up a yellow. corner kick here. Szymanski over it. Ferguson got to it, but can't head it in. Teddy. Evan. Tries to go to Ferguson, but can't get it to him. Sugawara heads it down to Anto. Anto eyes up his options. Has hold of the ball still. Goes to Teddy to Sugawara. Back to Teddy, who shoots over the crossbar. Teddy being very ambitious there with that shot. But he can make those. Brought on Marcus Tavernier. Eriksson. Inaki heads it up over the crossbar. Sugawara to Mikitani. Mikitani to Szymanski. Szymanski. Ooh. None of that was a cross or a shot, but it was an attempt. Right, we are 60 minutes in here. We are taking off Evan for Bianchi. We're taking off Nathan for Jean. Putting on Johnston. That'll be all the subs we make for now. Danilo to Bose. Bose being pressed here by Teddy. Ferguson takes it off of him. Makes a pass. Mikitani. Szymanski. Awful there. He could have made an easy pass and probably got ourselves a goal there off that press. But didn't go very well. I don't think this goes to penalties. I think this goes to penalties. I don't think we get a replay. I don't think so anyway. Teddy into the middle to Martin to Johnston. Boss with a big tackle. I thought that was a penalty for a moment. Szymanski whips. Nemeth heads it away. Gallagher. Martin's there. Nelson heads it away. Teddy's going to go to the second ball. Teddy goes in the middle to Martin, who turns. Another throw in here from Johnston. Az will be starting in a little bit. I should be finished this match by then. Goes to Ferguson, who heads it down to Aït-Nouri. Hits it off the crossbar. Aït-Nouri gets a second attempt. It's knocked away for another corner. Gallagher. Come on, someone. Bailey heads it away. Teddy gets to the second ball. To Martin. Okay. I guess we got to make some options here. Florian on for Teddy. Nemeth. To Bose. Down the line to Tavernier. Attacks. Johnston takes it away. To Szymanski to Gallagher. Gallagher attacks. Out to Ferguson. Ferguson finds Biachi, who is behind. Shoots and buries it. Off the Evan Ferguson assist, his 6th goal of the season. Very nice. They switched up their entire formation. Verts with a corner. Back post Van de Ven. Van de Ven heads it in. 2-0 up. That would have been nice about 25 minutes ago, honestly. Kind of wild that we can't seem to give ourselves a decent attempt at a few more goals. But hey, people are playing pretty okay. Mikitani's doing well. We won, so happy enough, I guess, all around. That was some... That puts us through to the next round in the 5th round. Valencia caused you the Champions League knockout shock. Who did they knock out? Oh, they won 7-1 over Real Betis. That's wild. They have our player. I forgot. Kiloskoy just scored himself a hat-trick in that match. So did Nikolai Vlasic. Wow. Do you have in your loan contract, you have an optional future fee of 40 million? So that 40 million might very well be taken on. Who would I like to draw against next? For the sake of memes, I'm going to say Liverpool. Because we're going to need to beat the best of the best. But personally, I want QPR. Right, ad breaks are almost done. Let me check something real quick here. I want to take a quick peek at something. Who's up next? Oh, City, yeah. Elaine on for Ryan, who is tired as fuck. Cool. Happy enough with that. Welcome back, guys. Evan could apparently be as good as Evan in the future. Oh, he's growing. That's nice to see. The few games he played for us, actually, he played alright. He's had a clean sheet and a conceded goal in 2 appearances. He played in the FA Cup, had a clean sheet. Who is... Right, we don't seem to have any major things up next. Also, I just want to point out, there is 8 points between us, Man United, Newcastle, and Chelsea. Like, there's 8 points between the top 3 in this league and the next best team. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's wild to me. Right, this City match will be a good revenge game, given that they just beat us. Let's take a look at this draw, though. We are seeded in this draw. So we can get Arsenal, Barcelona, Dortmund, Celtic, Galatasaray, Inter, Tottenham, Valencia. We want Celtic, Dortmund, Galatasaray, Inter. I think of those 8 are the easier ones. Maybe Valencia. Yeah, Valencia, Celtic, Dortmund, Galatasaray, Inter. We can't draw United, City, Real, Bayern, Napoli, Milan, or PSG. which is not bad, all things considered. Also, Patrick Vieira is there. We'll take Celtic away. They got Bayern. Okay. We don't want Arsenal. That's like the one team. We don't want Arsenal or Tottenham, I think, because those are the only two teams that I'm like we would struggle to beat them over two legs. Right, we didn't get Dortmund either. Inter. That'd be tough, but I think we could manage it. Okay, we got Inter. Who did everybody else get? Valencia got Real Madrid. That sucks for Valencia. Barcelona got Napoli. Galatasaray got PSG. That's very fortunate for PSG. Tottenham got United and Arsenal got City. So, except for us, every other English team is playing each other. Which, you know what? That's actually not so bad. If Tottenham knock out... if Arsenal knock out City and Manchester United make it through, that would mean they'd get more of a... We'd have more chances to potentially catch them when they're tired because of rotation. I think we've played Inter Milan before. I think. Where do I see that? I don't remember. Is it in schedule? Here, I think? Yes. We played them in the league phase when we beat them 2-1, and we beat them, and we had them in a friendly 2 years ago where we beat them. So we haven't lost to Inter Milan yet. Will that record last? Probably not. But you know what? Fuck it. We ball. That's basically how I'm going to do this. Fuck it, we ball. We're here to have as best a chance as we can. He's picked up a tight hamstring. That's fine. It's 1 to 2 days. We got 70 scouting things to look at here. And there's a kid here, Cruz Azul, who's 18. He's a pure defender, though. For $6.5 million, he wouldn't be bad. Fabinho at Liverpool. Fuck no. No. Nope. 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 No. No. Nope. Nope. Aaron Day is a good name. This is that midfielder who's at Everton, who's actually pretty good. Now, this guy we could get for free, but he's not that good, unfortunately. Oh, that Tupac guy. Hang on, let me go to my scouting players. Players in range. We want to edit this search, get rid of that. Peter Torpek, this guy, at Freiburg. An American striker with 4.5 gold star potential. Is he born in America, or is he he's a Freiburg spawn? So he spawned with what's the phrase? He would have spawned using German youth rating. This is not the first time I've had an American come through in Germany and have him be really, really good. He's not adaptable, though, which is kind of annoying. But he knows the language. He's exempt from registration. He's good at career appearances, good career goals already. Has played a cap for the under-20s American team. What do we think, guys? What do we think of this guy? He's expensive as fuck, obviously. And he can play either wing. He's got great crossing. It'd be a bit of a waste to play him as striker, almost. But he's not super fast, either. Good stamina. Really big, really, really good flair. Personally, I think he's a very, very good player. I think he'd be a very, very good purchase for us. The problem is, however, getting him in for a decent deal. I will keep my eye on this guy. This guy will go to Wonder Kids indefinitely. He's actually scored a senior appearance. He's actually scored in a senior appearance for Freiburg as well. There's that OG Nice guy. This guy would be more of a striker. This guy's more of a pure out-and-out striker. He's also fast. Like, he doesn't start off slow, which is a big deal. He's obviously not that big, but he's 100% worth potentially bringing in. Kyoto is wanted by Real Madrid. Michael Eberle at Dortmund. Actually, pretty decent player. Yeah, so here's an interesting take, right? This is my opinion on the American soccer situation, right? American Soccer League, the MLS. Major League Soccer, I think is what it's actually called. I personally think that MLS could be in a similar position as like the Portuguese league, where they have a lot of very good players in Portugal, but a lot of their great players leave. You know what I mean? So I could see let's say there being a wave of American players who come through who play for MLS like second teams who are in the MLS for like a year or two, and then they immediately get moved on to Europe or to somewhere else. Very similar to how Portugal keeps players around and then they immediately move to like bigger leagues in Europe. So who we want here? We want QPR, Leeds, or Sunderland, or Southampton. We don't want Arsenal, Liverpool, or Man United. I would be fine with Arsenal, but not Liverpool or Man United. I think we could win against Arsenal. Wolves immediately. We're getting it home though, so who are we going up against? We want QPR. Southampton. God damn it. Leeds get Sunderland. Man United get QPR. And Arsenal get Liverpool. Well, at least we don't have to worry about facing off against City in this, which is nice. Okay. Could for sure be worse. Also, to be fair, I could very well go somewhere else in the world. I could go to Freiburg, for example, if I wanted to, and Freiburg would be a nice option for me because they have a good player in their youth setup. Also, holy shit, Mikitani. Keep growing. Holy shit. Pop off, King. Must improve strength. Has 15 strength already. He's already very strong. I don't see what you're saying on that one, but... Though, to be fair, if he had 17 strength, he'd be an absolute boss in the midfield with the rest of his physicals. Ryan Nwori is fit. Leeds have drawn against Man United. That's good for us. Means a draw will keep us top of the Premier League. Who are Newcastle playing? Newcastle are playing Bournemouth. Okay, we need to win to stay top of the Premier League then. Chelsea are playing Tottenham. Okay. Let's see. Trubin, Johnston, Collins, Arthur, Van de Ven, Shottard, Teddy Bareface, Florian Wirtz, Conor Gallagher, Rooney Bargnani, Evan Ferguson, Gabriel Moscardo, John Martin, Yukinari Sugiwara, Alan Matoro, Szymanski, Mikitani, Benacci, Trincao, and Evan Anto Riley. I'm going to put Luca on the bench over Trincao. No, I'm going to put Luca on the bench over Evan. Label the next Michael Owen. Also, here's something that will piss Anto off whenever he sees this in the future. He likes Millwall because he played there and did really well there for a year. Which is going to make Anto very upset. Anto does not like Millwall. Yeah. Opposition. No one's playing as libero here. Rodri, we don't want to tight mark because he's a halfback. He's going to be falling back here. Holland, we want to tackle hard. We want to always tight mark. And then we want to trigger press on... You want to tight mark their fullbacks. And what I'm going to do there is I'm going to have... No, actually we won't tight mark their fullbacks because we don't have wingers right now. So we don't need to worry about that. Usually I would have my wingers do it, but I'm not going to do that. Collins, you are going to mark their striker. So you're going to be marking the bejesus out of Erling Haaland, and the reason I'm doing that is because Collins is not slow, he's strong, he's relatively tall, and he has good heading, good marking, good tackling. He is better than Arthur when it comes to defending, but he's also slightly better with the ball at his feet, and he's slightly faster, slightly stronger. So I think Nathan Collins will do just fine there on that. At least I'm hoping so. We'll find out soon enough. Right. Ederson, Lewis, Diaz, Doyle, Lara, Rodri, Guerra, Yankutu, Phil Foden, Moussa Diaby, and Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland is their captain. That's pretty cool. We owe Man City after what happened in the last match, given that they'll just beat us in the Caribou Cup. Giving Arnie a handshake. Me and Arnie get along really well. Also, I will say, me in the navy suit with the yellow tie, I rock that look. It looks pretty good. Van Lauren switches it across to Rico Lewis. Van de Ven heads it away to Rodrigo. Back to Lewis. Lewis into the middle to Erling Haaland. Collins is there and knocks it away. Van de Ven has to head it away again. Van de Ven. We stopped him from scoring though, so I'll take that. Ferguson to Shottard. Back out wide to Van de Ven. Van de Ven gets past his defender, gets it right to Ferguson, passes it into Rooney. Ooh, that's some good movement from us. That's what I like to see. That's funny. Oh, Haaland's hurt. Foden to Jan. Jan. Ooh, misses. These two playing up top together might be our future, honestly. Rooney and Ferguson. Because Rooney can play striker. He's not a bad striker all in all. Teddy's been playing a lot of matches recently because we've had an injured centre midfielder, and he's not done badly. Diaby, it's around. Ooh, big stop there from Trubin, out wide to Rico Lewis. Dian Kutu, Gallagher's there, big block, goes out for a corner. We're doing a good job here, guys. We're doing a good job. Ferguson heads it away. Jan Kutu to Lewis. Tries to go into the middle, but Van de Ven heads it away. Ferguson then boots it up and away. Solid work there from the squad. Teddy Bareface on the ball. Tries to get it past Diaby, but can't. He goes back to Ederson. Out wide to Rico. Rico goes down the line. Haaland's back post. Misses. Diaby into Haaland again. Erling gets it past. It's unfortunate. Right. We've calmed everyone's nerves. We got everyone back on side. Laura to Diaby, back to Laura, to Rodri, to Foden, to Haaland. Big stop by Trubin, but he's offside. Yeah, you know what, Ferguson, you can come off. We'll take you off for Lorenzo. Because you can play as a complete forward. Lorenzo is kind of a complete forward. He's not terrible at it. He can do the job up there. Johnston's played terribly, so Sugawara can come on. Gallagher's the only other person who I'm like, you need to come off for fitness reasons. And Mikitani is probably going to go in there. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Yeah, Gallagher, you're coming off for Kenichi. Oh, this is a dangerous place. Ooh, I thought Florian was going to attempt to put it in, but that was a decent bit of creativity there. Don't know why Sugawara took that, though. Full-time 1-1 draw. Didn't play well. Can't be happy with that result, guys. Right, so we're second in the Prem. Not doing terribly. Youthy McYouthface headed to St. Mirren. Post-match press conference. Now we have Inter. So if I go to our... I want to take off Collins because Collins has had some really, really bad strings of performances there. Criticize recent form. Okay. Florian, you can come off for Szymanski. Rooney, you can come off for Santiago. How long until you're back from your injury, David? Another few weeks? Okay. Moreira's not back for a little while as well. We'll switch back to the wider formation for a bit here, I think. Just when we're going up against Inter here, I think we should be okay with that. So yeah, I've just spotted the review scores there for Dragon Age the Veilguard. Lots of 5 out of 5s, some 10s out of 10s, some 9s, a couple 8s here or there, but it looks like it's done pretty alright. That's good for BioWare at least, when it comes to their critical review scores. Very nice. Ooh, Southampton beat Everton. How are we looking in the league? It's looking like it's going to be a tight end of the season here. We do have a game in hand on Newcastle now, so it's likely that we'll end up at the end of the season potentially pulling it back. Inter is slightly favoured here. Not by a lot, but they are favoured. Yeah, we're almost 100 million in debt again, but we lost money. We'll make more. We'll lose more money because of the fact that we need to pay out some transfer what are they called? Brain fried. Conditions. Some transfer conditions are going to come through. So we're likely going to be even more in the hole pretty soon. Which is not great, honestly. We'll see what we can get for Mickey Van de Ven. It would make me feel a little bit happier about my life if we could sell a player for actual decent money. What a boot from Trubin. My goodness. Bianacci pulls it into Szymanski. Goes back to Arthur. To Gabriel. Ferguson in behind, scores. Does it count though? It apparently does. Very nice. Cool. Damn, good run from Ferguson on that one. Is he off? I don't think he is. Half time. Keep it up, guys. Okay. Sugawara off for Johnston. Aitnawari off for Maturo. Trincao off for Rooney. Binacci's got an injury. We'll take him off as well. I thought the subs made. Verts. Oh. Florian has to go back to Gabriel. Goes out wide to Johnston. Johnston keeps it up. Ooh, Laporte goes through him, but he keeps a hold of it to Rooney. Rooney goes to Verts. Florian Verts buries his 11th goal of the season. Gabriel heads it away. Verts is going to get to it before anyone else. Verts leads the charge. Big pass to Rooney, who's in behind. Buries it. Rooney Bargnani buries the third goal. Very nice. Nice win. Well done, guys. Wow. Indeed. Dropping a quick lurk here, lad. My boy. Lovely stuff. Well done, guys. Santiago's gashed his leg. Verts had the goal and an assist. What's very likely to happen, right, if I win the Premier League again this year, what's very likely to happen is I leave and Ferguson immediately gets sold to like a club. Gets sold to like Inter or United or somebody else. Just goes somewhere else. Second leg against Inter. And then we will have, I think, the semi-final draw and then the final draw. Right, is United playing today? Yes, they're playing Norwich. Is Newcastle playing today? No. Right, so if United draw to Norwich, or lose to Norwich even, that'd be better, but who knows. Collins has dropped his lack of football concern. Very nice. Keeping everybody super happy. Second leg against Inter here now in a moment. Oh, they did draw. Cool. So they drew against Norwich, which gives us a much better option. Much better chance of making it through to the top of the Premier League. Toulouse have hired a manager. And go with defending free kicks on that one. Because we only conceded one goal in our first leg, and it was to a really bad free kick deflection. So we have Inter, then Southampton. I think that's in the Cup. And then Tottenham, and then Newcastle. Van de Ven scored again for Sheffield Wednesday. Ooh. Oh, he's at Barcelona. We'll be able to get him. Crystal Palace beat Nottingham Forest. I mean, that's good for Crystal Palace. It means that they might stay in the Premier League, which will stop them from essentially falling asunder. Staying in the Premier League after having 9 points deducted from you is pretty good, given that they've went into administration. Good. He's improving slightly. Yeah, this is the FA Cup quarter-final that's coming up after this Inter match. So this is going to be big. Hell of a name there. Right. They're playing the same again, basically, against us. Bianacci can't play because he's injured, but we can do Berniani and then switch Trincao and him around, because that's Trincao's preferred position. Happy with that otherwise. We are going to start Collins in this match. No complacency, guys. Need ourselves another good leg here. Let's kick this off. Let's do it. All we need to do is not concede 2 goals and also not score any goals. And then we will go to penalties. If we concede 3 goals, we will lose on goal difference. Szymanski takes it away to Ferguson. Ferguson loses it. Christensen has it. Bastoni. Up to Thuram. Tries to go over to the top to Lautaro, but Collins has it back to Sugawara. To Rooney. Has to go back and around, but he's in the middle now. To Szymanski. Tries to go to Trincao, but Scally's there. Trincao has it back. Goes back to Arthur. Arthur to Szymanski. Szymanski loses the ball, but Gabriel's there to Gallagher. To Rooney. Finds Ferguson. Evan Ferguson buries it. That's his 39th goal of the season. He is 13 goals away from beating Steve's Bull single season goal record for Wolves. Right, we're 1 goal up, which is solid. That means that we need to concede 4 goals now in a row. Makes me feel a little bit less stressed out. Szymanski over a free kick. Pereira saves. Gallagher whips it. Ferguson back post. Pereira saves it. Szymanski again. Back post. Headed away by Rafinha. Trincao picks it up. Rafinha has it. Into the middle to Pereira. Tries to boot it away as quick as he can, and he does. Thuram has it. To Lautaro. Mihioi to Rafinha. Back to Christensen. To Scally. To Adrico. To Nuzo. To Thuram. Thuram attacks down the byline. Flicks it into the middle. Lautaro heads it in. Missed interception by Trubin in net. No one else to blame on that one but Trubin, unfortunately. Aït-Nouri to Trincao to Szymanski. Down the line. Christensen's there. Taken away by Ferguson. Gallagher. Out wide to Trincao. Finds Ferguson. Goes wide. Free kick to Inter though. He's offside. City are beating Arsenal. United are beating Tottenham. Real are beating Valencia. Aït-Nouri to Arthur. Arthur to Gallagher. To Ferguson. Out wide. Rooney misses it. Bastoni. Goes to Nuzo. To Thuram. Collins intercepts. Szymanski. Passes out wide to Trincao. Controls it. Shoots. Trincao hits it off the crossbar. Sugawara's there. Pick up the loose ball. Goes right back across. Can't get to anyone. It's headed out for a throw-in for Wolves. Nuzo knocks it down to Thuram. Thuram to Ederson. Ederson shoots and goes over the crossbar. Trubin is taking the goal kick here. Taken off Bastoni and brought on Almeric Laporte. Made a few other changes there as well. Who the fuck? That's a fucking name. Jesus Christ. That's all of our subs made. Rafinha. Trubin stops it. Corner kick. Rafinha taking it. Whips it. Trubin comes out to claim it. Good on him. Eyes up his options. Boots it up towards Trincao. Mkhitaryan nods it down to Szymanski, who finds Bareface. Who goes up wide to Rooney. Rooney over the top to Lorenzo. Lorenzo Luca buries his third goal of the season. Don't know if it's going to count though. Disallowed. Oh, he was a little bit offside for sure. Tries to find Lautaro, but Collins just gets it away from him. Rooney has it. He attacks. Gets right to the byline here. Pulls it into Sugawara. He goes to Mkhitaryan. Ooh, just wide of the net. Corner for Szymanski. Pereira claims. Pereira boots it up towards Lautaro. Mkhitaryan misses the header, and Collins can't get to the second chance, but he only passes it out to Thuram. Goes across to Maturo, who intercepts it to Trincao. Trincao to Rooney on the opposite side. Rooney attacks, shoots, misses. Lorenzo Lucas picked up an injury. So we're playing strikerless right now. Sugawara to Collins. To Szymanski. Goes back to Van de Ven. Out wide to Maturo. Maturo. Lots of misses. I mean, we've missed 11 of our 18 shots, and we have a 2.15 XG, so the shots we've had on target have definitely been good shots, at least. Teddy's leading the charge here. Shoots. Big save from Pereira. It's our 19th shot and our 8th one on target. End of the match. We have done ourselves a good job there. That's how you handle it, boys. Good job. So who went through? City went through over Arsenal. United went through over Tottenham. Madrid went through over Valencia. And we went through over Inter. Meaning it is 3 English teams and 3 English teams and 1 Spanish team in the semi-final. Board delighted with Vision progress, reached the later stages, and David has dropped the football concern. Very good stuff all in all. So what's up next? Southampton in the FA Cup, I believe it is. Yes, it is Southampton in the FA Cup quarter-final. No shocks. Burton have made a offer for Ian Sharps, who is our under-21s manager. Honestly, we can probably find a U21s manager who's better than him, so if he wants to go, I'll let him go. Just got gifted a sub to another FM streamer. This is all my fault. I mean, listen. Now you have reasons to go watch people play FM. You know, even more so than you already do. So you're beating Arsenal even in this fake world. We can't win. That was miles outside. Yeah. Apologies, Cody. You just can't win them all. Be honest, I'm here because you entertain me as a good streamer. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's what I like. That's good for my soul. My decrepit, rotting soul to the devil's soul. I actually don't think I've played Mjorton this entire time. Even though he's been at Southampton. Though to be fair, he's played really well for Southampton in everything that's not the Premier League. He has 3 assists in the Europa League, 3 goals in the Premier League, a goal and an assist in... Oh, those are international games. I see. So yeah, he's not done too bad. He's not done too bad there. He's done all right. He's done all right. Ads are starting soon. Has it already been 5 hours? Oh my god, it has. Holy shit. Right, we'll do the Southampton match and then I'll call it. That'll basically be my my thing here. I want to go get food and sort a few things. I need to go do some food shopping for the rest of the week. I don't know if we have any milk. I need that for my coffee tomorrow. Leeds beat Sunderland in extra time. Man United beat QPR in extra time. The fact it took them extra time is pretty ridiculous, all in all. But hey, I'll take any kind of wear and tear we can put it on our enemies without me having to do it myself. Dean Main is eligible for a professional. Ooh, is he worth a professional? Not really. Not really. We'll let him go if he goes at the end of his junior deal. Ian Sharp has signed a new deal with the club. Very nice. Okay, while our ad break runs, I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. There's a minute left in the ad break. I just want to see if there's anything here who we should switch out before we put the game on. Arthur's not played well. So Van de Ven, you can come on. Kenichi, you can go on for Gabrielle. Verts can come on. Gallagher can come off for Teddy. Oh, David's almost back as well. David's almost back from his injury. Same with Moreira. He's almost back from his injury too. Let's get into this then. It is Wolves versus Southampton. Let me double check, make sure I have all the subs I want. Szymanski, Shotard. Yep. Yep, that's good. We'll put Evan on the bench. Oh, can I not? Can I not put on the bench? No, it's already too late. I've already submitted him. We're good. Let's get in there. Favorites here want us to play like it. Let's do this. Ferguson to Van de Ven. Van de Ven to Teddy. Teddy to Collins. White to Sugawara. Down the line to Rooney. Rooney over the top to Ferguson. Ferguson couldn't really get himself into a dangerous position, but finds Ferguson again. Rooney goes looking for it, but there's a penalty been blown in the first 30 seconds of this match. Oh, there's Mjorton. I see him on the sign. No penalty given. No penalty given. Bazunu to Hjulmand to Brownhill to Darvic to Sabana to Leonardo Leo to Alvarez. Mikitani interception. Darvic to Ampadu. Back to Bazunu. Out to Livramento to Darvic to Brownhill. Trincao takes it off of him. Trincao goes down to Rooney, who passes again to Ferguson, who's in behind here. Can't get it past Bazunu. Collins with the big tackle there. Mikitani goes straight to Ferguson, who finds Trincao with a good pass. Francisco Trincao has put it in. He looks to have put himself ahead. He has indeed. He has scored and it has counted. What a great little play there from Ferguson. When he's not scoring, he's creating. Rooney's picked up a knock, it looks like. That's really bad. No, we're not going to risk it. We're going to take you off. I don't necessarily want to. I don't want to give the possibility of the injury getting worse by not taking him off now. Alvarez, back post, Darvic. Collins heads it away. Velasco buries it. Alan Velasco buries it top corner. Love how to sub on that guy and he immediately scores for them. Oh, Sugawara's picked up a knock, and it's a red injury as well, so he can't play on. So he's got to come off straight away. That's our entire right side hurt. both Rooney and Sugawara. Throw in from Johnston to Teddy to Bianacci. Teddy, Bianacci buries it. His 7th goal of the season. Santiago has scored again. Very professional goal. Fantastic goal on that one. Nice bit of passing. Good stuff. Johnston again with the throw in to Teddy. Back to Johnston. Johnston goes to the byline, goes low and hard, finds Ferguson, who goes back to Teddy, who goes across to Aït-Nouri. Into Trincao. Trincao almost gets it past Bazunu. Hits the post. Wirtz has it. Goes low and hard. Bazunu gathers it up. Things are going well, but you're capable of even better, guys. Darovic. Interception from Aït-Nouri. To Wirtz. To Van de Ven. Nearly knocked my water down. Collins. Johnson into the middle to Wirtz. Gets around and past his defender. Finds Trincao out wide. Trincao goes over to Johnston, who turns and attacks the byline. Johnston has to go back to Mkhitaryan. To Wirtz. Wirtz to Aït-Nouri. Back to Mkhitaryan. Good cycling. Over the top to Bianacci. Into the middle to Ferguson, who knocks in the header. That's his 40th goal of the season for Evan Ferguson. His 40th total goal of the season from Evan Ferguson there. That nice little chip from Bianacci. What a great pass from Mkhitaryan, by the way. Some good stuff there from the squad. Oh shit, Trincao picked up an injury. Oh my god. That's like what? That's 3 of our starting 11 hurt. Oh my goodness. That's ridiculous. I guess I'll have to go narrow for the rest of this season possibly, because that's Trincao and Rooney hurt. Moreira is only coming back from his injury. You're playing Hjulmand as a Segundo Volante. That seems like an interesting time. Szymanski, back post. Collins. Nathan Collins puts in a well-earned cross header. Is it offside, though? It is not. Nathan Collins has scored a header. Big Nathan jumping up and getting it there. What a header from him. Over his international teammate, unfortunately, but hey. I'm sure he'll make it up to him. Johnston to Bianacci. To Santiago. Santiago to Collins. Tries to go to Mkhitaryan but can't. Carrera has it. Shoots. Save from Trubin. Darovic over a corner kick. Back post, Collins heads it away. Teddy hedges the second one. Bianacci's there. Holds it up. Does a good job to do so. What's our added time here? 7 minutes of added time. Well done, lads. Good win. Good win from us. Evans on his 40th goal. We need him to have 12 more goals at the end, from now to the end of the season to meet Steve Bull's record. For us, we have 10 goals left in the Premier League, and at max 3 matches, I think. 4 matches. More, I think, actually. Oh. Trincao's out for the rest of the season. He's gone. Yukinari's out for a couple weeks. He's damaged his cruciate ligaments. Ferguson's a bit jaded, could do with a rest. Okay, we'll rest him for a full week. So that's bad. Trincão's gone now for start of next year, I think. He's gone. That's really bad. That sucks for Trincão. He's no longer capable of playing. He is gone from the starting lineup and will not be back. Yukinari, he's also out. He will be back, but it won't be for a while, meaning Santiago Bianacci is going to be playing left wing from now on, it looks like. Okay. I'll do all this next stream tomorrow. Right now, however, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raid out into another streamer. As we are at the end of the stream. So let me just find someone to raid. Have a good evening, everyone. Indeed, we are going to raid Caffeine FC, my favorite drug, caffeine. We'll give Caffeine a raid. They are playing Hamburg in Germany. So let's give them a raid. I am then going to go sort food and then probably go do a bit of shopping because I need to get some milk and a few other bits and pieces for the house for the rest of the week. So, it's been great, guys. We've had a good run of form today. The only game that I'm upset about losing was probably the Everton match. Everything else today we did exceptionally. We beat West Brom. We've done well. We are in the FA Cup semi-final. We're in the quarter-final of the Champions League. Evan Ferguson might very well hit the Wolverhampton Wanderers League's goals in a season record this year if he plays well. So we're going to head on over to Caffeine FC. Let's have them raid and we'll have a great time. Make sure you say hello. If you're not going to stay, don't worry about it. If it's been I hope you've had a good stream. If you need to catch up the streams, you can find them on a YouTube channel. If you've been watching on YouTube, thank you so much. Please make sure to like and subscribe. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more FM24. And then I'll see you on Wednesday for our first Mass Effect stream. See you guys.